Dialing in.
Okay, good morning. It is 10:02, and I'm calling the November 4th, 2021 meeting of the Historic Resources Advisory Committee to order. This is the first day of the first meeting of the Historic Resources Advisory Committee to consider applications from the 7th biennial appropriation of funding for the Minnesota Historical and Cultural Heritage Grants Program from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Grants are made possible by the people of Minnesota who voted on November 4th, 2008 to pass the Clean Water, Land, and Legacy Amendment to the Minnesota Constitution to support efforts to preserve Minnesota's land, water, and legacy, including our state's history and cultural heritage. Every year, this meeting is highly anticipated by grant applicants throughout the state to consider projects to preserve and enhance access to Minnesota's cultural and historical resources and support projects of enduring value for the cause of history and historic preservation. In addition, this meeting is a time to celebrate and commemorate the history of our state. Thank you, committee members and staff, for attending this meeting, and welcome to the grant applicants and guests. I will call on the HRAC committee members to introduce themselves by stating your name and a summary of your qualifications. I am Tamara Edevold. I'm the chair this year. I am with the Clearwater County Historical Society, and I am also a member of Minnesota's Historic Northwest. So my qualifications run towards small historical organizations, as well as some anthropology and archaeology. Jill? No, Jill?
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Sorry. I'm Jill Wanuka. I'm the director at the Candioi County Historical Society in Wilmer. I'm also involved with the West Central Minnesota Historical Association. And my background is also in small museums and Minnesota local history.
Thanks, Jill. Annette? No? Simya? Heather?
Hi, my name is Heather Hagland. I am the executive director at the Scott County Historical Society. And before I began here, I have a background in collections management. So my qualifications run towards both museum administration at the current time, and also my background in collections management gives me a little bit of expertise in that area.
Thanks, Heather. Christy?
Hello, my name is Christy Jeffcoat. I am the Senior Paintings Conservator at Midwest Art Conservation Center. So my background is art conservation. My qualifications go towards preservation of archives and collections care, and just general art preservation.
Ginny? Lindsay?
I'm Lindsay Marshall. I'm the director at Lake of the Woods County Historical Society. I am on Minnesota Historic Northwest, the MALM board, and the MAM board. My background is in archaeology, but I did collections management work before moving up to Baudette, Minnesota. So my background is that and small museums.
Thanks, Lindsay. Tiana?
Good morning. My educational background is in anthropology, and I hold a master's in heritage studies and public history. And I have worked in cultural resources, as well as tribal historic preservation work. And let's see. Yeah, that's about where I hold most of my concentration, especially with tribal consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Anne?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annakeith Jackson. I'm from the Lower Sioux community in Morton, Minnesota.
Some of the work that I've done before is with the SMOC, with the arts boards and grant reviews, also tribal history and community knowledge from there as well.
And Jonathan.
Good morning. I'm Jonathan Palmer. I'm Executive Director for Hallie Q. Brown Community Center. We're a 92-year-old African-American social service agency. We have a historical archive here at the center. And besides that, I'm just been very passionate about history. I'm not that it's relevant here, but a fellow in the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland, and love African-American history, U.S. history, Minnesota history. So.
Great. And Ginny.
Hi, sorry about the mute before. I'm Jenny Lakovic. I'm a registered architect in the state of Minnesota. My area of focus is historic preservation, and I've been wonderfully fortunate to have been able to focus on that almost exclusively for almost 30 years. I've worked on projects, small projects from the Lyric Theater up in Virginia, Minnesota, all the way to the state capitol. So in addition to my daily practice, I also was on the Minneapolis Heritage Preservation Commission for 13 years. So between these, and then HRAC, this is my third tour, I think, for HRAC. So between the work that we do on a daily basis and the committees and commissions that I've been on, I've reviewed, I think at this point, well over 1,000 applications. So I've seen a few of these over the years. So again, it's always such a privilege to be part of this group and continue to do the work we're doing.
Thanks, Ginny. Not present today is Marika Reese and Matthew Piscatelli. Also David Hankinson, who is the Minnesota Historical Society Board President. He's an ex officio member. And also Dan Smetchel, who is the MNHS Board Treasurer, also an ex officio member of this committee. And if any other members join us, just let me know and we'll introduce you. The Minnesota Historical Society staff will also be in attendance, and they will join as needed and participate as we ask them to. The HRAC committee met on June 4th, 2021, and so I will call for a motion to approve the minutes of that meeting.
So moved.
Jonathan, is there a second?
I'll second.
Jill, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carried. I'm a chronic note taker, so it's a coping mechanism. So you'll see me take lots of notes. So we have some public announcements before we start deliberations, and this is information that will be entered into the record. This is a public meeting subject to Minnesota's open meeting law. A list of the applicants are being considered by the Historic Resources Advisory Committee, which from now on I will just say HRAC. And the eligible requested amount is available on the Minnesota Historical Society Legacy Grant page. While the public is encouraged to attend and listen to HRAC discussions, they are not permitted to make presentations or participate. Each application has been thoroughly reviewed by the Grants Office and members of HRAC. In addition, grants requesting $100,000 or more were reviewed by an independent peer reviewer not associated with HRAC or the Grants Office. The Grants Office staff and peer reviewer comments were provided to HRAC members before this meeting. Based on the application review criteria and reviewers' comments, HRAC members assigned a score between 1 and 10, with 10 being excellent. These scores were used to calculate the cumulative average and mode score for each application and will begin the HRAC deliberations. HRAC will also consider geographical and grant subcategories. This year, there was the addition of the diversity and inclusion question that HRAC may refer to during deliberations. HRAC will make recommendations to approve or decline each of the applications to the Minnesota Historical Society's Executive Council for final action. Releasing information or discussing applications after Friday, November 5th meeting is not allowed by HRAC or the Minnesota Historical Society. All applicants will be notified via email by the grants office of these decisions no later than December 15th, 2021. The committee will take periodic breaks. During the breaks, the committee members will refrain from discussing applications. In addition, there will be a lunch break for a half an hour from approximately 1 o'clock to 1:30. Committee members will recuse themselves from this meeting for any application for which they declared a conflict of interest. Committee members will go to the virtual waiting room during the discussion and motion of the application. They will re-enter the meeting after business has concluded for that application. For the Minnesota Historical and Cultural Heritage Grant Program, a total of 81 final applications were received, requesting a little over $9 million. MNHS followed policies outlined in the grants manual for processing all applications. 5 applications were found to be incomplete or ineligible, and therefore HRAC did not review them. All applications not funded will be notified and encouraged to reapply as appropriate after the Minnesota Historical Society Executive Council's final approval. The committee will be considering the remaining 76 applications, requesting a total of $8.9 million. A total of $5,982,000 is available from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund for the grants program in the fiscal year 2022, the first year of the biennium. In addition, approximately $1.8 million in unallocated funds from fiscal year 2021 has been carried forward. Thus, after reserving funds for administrative costs for small grant cycles offered in the fiscal year, there is $6.2 million available for awards, which I think might be a record. Before we start our deliberations, we have some meeting norms and a few ground rules. Everyone participates, no one dominates. One speaker at a time. Be concise when we speak. Encourage others to participate. If you need to excuse yourself from the meeting for personal reasons, post a message in the chat when you leave and upon your return. Please turn off your microphone and camera if you will remain active in the meeting. Topics outside the agenda will be documented and tabled for the 2022 spring meeting. And please ask to be recognized by the chair before you speak. Do you have any questions or comments before we continue? Anybody? Okay. So just as a reminder, HRAC reviewed each application and assigned it a score between 1 and 10, 10 being excellent. These scores were used to calculate the cumulative average and mode score for each application. Therefore, we will sort either by the average or the mode. The average of all the scores for each application was added together and then divided by the number of HRAC members who scored that application. The mode is the score given most often to each application. And so I would like to hear from the members how you would like to do the first sort, by average or by mode.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
are you asking us to weigh in or just vote?
Weigh in. Well, consensus. How do you want to sort the initial deliberation applications?
I would
Average or load?
suggest the average.
Anyone else have any thoughts? Hearing none, I think we will sort by average. So John, is that your job?
Yeah, are you ready to see it?
Sure. So I'm not seeing anything on my screen.
Yeah, believe it or not, I've never shared in Zoom before, so I'm just.
Oh, that makes me feel better.
Doesn't that feel good? So.
Not the only one.
All right.
So,
yeah.
John, in case you don't know, what you want to do is you want to hit share screen, and then you got to select which screen you want to share.
This is true. And doing that, okay, let's try. Jonathan, thanks for the feedback. What I'm getting, it's not giving me any of the windows. It's giving me choices, but nothing that I have up. So just let me try this one more time. Sure. Yeah.
John?
Yes.
Do you want me to try to share it from my side?
Yeah, I mean, so when you try to share, does it give you the?
Yeah, I haven't tried yet, but I can try.
Yeah, give that a try.
And then while we're working on that, Tamara, there's a question in the chat about raising hands option. Lindsay, it asks, is there a raise hand feature in Zoom, or are we just raising our hands to be recognized? Yep, millennial question here. So
Always afraid to like push a button in a live streamed meeting. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. But now I know it's under reactions.
I have shared my screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
Can you see it? Yeah. John, I think you still have access to the spreadsheet to.
Yes. So anyway, it's already sorted by average score. And
Tamara, beside we do have it, as John said, sorted already by average score. Is there something that you want to see?
So this is, if you look at your screen, this is the highest scoring group of applications. And so this is how we're going to start our deliberation. This grouping is a way to organize and manage conversation by discussing applications in smaller batches. We've used this method for a number of years. The highest scores are understood to be the best applications by a majority of committee members. However, no application is automatically funded. Instead, each committee member will be allowed to name applications to be addressed later in the meeting. So my question to the committee is, where do you want to, I guess, be the cutoff for the lowest score for the initial deliberations? Right now we're down, we can see on my screen, I can see 8.2.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
might I suggest we take a look at what the total would be if we started with 8.0, and so how much funding that would utilize?
Okay. Down to 8.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it is, I don't know if you can see that on your screen. It's a sum at the way
Yeah, I can't
bottom.
see it. The screen is like oversized, so I can't see.
Okay, I'll just read it. So
Oh yeah, I would do
from
that.
taking the sum from 8.0 and above, that would be $2,264,794.
Awesome.
So what was our total again?
2,264,794.
I meant that we have to allocate.
Oh, 6.2 million.
I would suggest then perhaps starting with that and members pulling out any of those that they would like to discuss, and barring any that need some deliberation, that we could approve our first batch.
Any other thoughts from anybody? Okay, that sounds like a good idea, Jonathan.
That's worked pretty well in the past.
So of the, let's see, how many does that add up to? Of this down to 8.0, are there any in this list that any of the members wish to pull out for discussion? None?
Tamara,
Yes.
Ginny has her hand raised.
Okay, Ginny?
Yeah, there's a couple in this group that I think would be good for discussion. And mostly, and not because I'm against them, but just because it would be interesting to hear how people reacted to them. Because I think some of these I ranked a little lower than the mode. So,
Okay.
and I'll start with, there's a couple in here actually. One I think would be interesting to talk about is the Centro Tyrone Guzman project. Another would be the Dakota County Spring Lake Reserve. I just had a comment about that one. The other two that I would put in there would be the Islamic Center of Winona, the roof replacement. Let's start with those. Oh, wait, one more. City of Little Falls Heritage Preservation Interpretive Plan.
Does anyone else have any they'd like to pull out for discussion? Okay, Carolyn, should we just start with Central or do you want to do any motions for any of the others before we do the discussions? How should we proceed?
That is up to you and you as the chair and the HRAC committee of how if you want to talk about these first, or if you want to start with motions with the other ones.
Shall we discuss the 4 that Ginny pulled out before we make a motion to approve funding? Okay.
I would support that.
So let's start with Central, Tyrone Guzman. That is 2107-26342.
Okay, and since I raised this, should I just start with my comment?
Yeah, please.
Okay, and then I'll put my hand down so that it's not so confusing. No, this was an interesting one for me. I was really fascinated by it. The only comment I had is that it seems to be very narrowly focused on low-income elders. That seems to be who this organization, I mean, in their application, they state that most of the people who are associated or involved in this organization come from lower income families. So my question is the intent of the study to focus on that demographic, or was the intent to make this a broader research project that cuts across just a broader section of the community? So I mean, it was just a question because it seems to be a very select group of people, a pretty good number of people, but maybe a very narrow slice of the population. And if that was their intent, then that's okay. I just wanted to raise the question. And not that they're here to answer it, so.
Any other thoughts on it? I was pleased to see such a great match.
Yeah.
Jonathan?
Well, and I will just say that the organization is really one of the best nonprofits in the Twin Cities area. I believe it's the oldest Latino serving organization, or at least one of the oldest, and it has a wide variety of services that it provides. And so while the focus may be towards that, I think we're looking at an underrepresented community and an underrepresented segment of that community that really needs to have their voice elevated. So I rated this as one of my highest because of just, I know the quality of their work. I know how important these voices are. And so it was one of my top rated.
Anyone else?
This was one of my top rated ones too. And to answer your question, Jenny, I think that you need to have a little focus on what you're going to do oral histories on, because they're just going to do oral histories on anybody. They're focusing on a specific segment, and they explain that, I thought, fairly well in the application. So I was really happy with this one.
What I'm hoping is that this is the start of something, and that they continue to add to it. I hope, because I agree. I think it's an amazing project, and I would like to see this one actually grow. But thank you guys for your comments.
Shall we move on to the next one?
Okay, Dakota County, 2107-26349, the Spring Lake Park Reserve interpretation.
Okay.
Jenny?
Okay, I'll just start again. This one was hard for me to gauge because they didn't provide any documents for review. They've done some work, but they didn't provide anything. So we're pretty much taking their word on it, unless you took the time to get out onto the websites and search for things. This one just had no supporting documentation for the work that had been completed. And to me, that was a little problematic. So again, treating these the same way I would treat historic properties, where we want to see exactly what everybody's done and the history of the work that's been completed so far, to make sure that the work we continue to fund is being, it's part of a progression. So this one, that was my red flag on this, is that there were just no documents. The master plan, nothing was provided. And the other thing that and again, you guys, this is your bailiwick more so than mine for a lot of you, is the listening, the amount of time and budget that's set aside for listening with Indigenous communities. It was 22% of the whole budget. Is that a good percentage? It seems like, given the focus of this project, it seems like maybe there should have been maybe a little bit more time spent and invested with the communities that they're trying to represent. And again, I might be completely off base on that one, but the criticism of not supplying any information still stands.
Anyone else?
This was another project that I rated high, and Jen, I don't know if this gets to your points at all, but some of it sounded a little bit like they were trying to build some of those relationships. And so I thought maybe that's the reason why they had the lower amount, and that this is part of a larger plan of work that they're doing. And so what I would anticipate is that this would be kind of the start of some of what they're trying to do around this, and that would continue to grow beyond this, that this project will continue on as they're looking to elevate the Native voices to the light. So that's why I've noted there was a higher amount allocated for the interpretive conceptual design and the interpretive messaging. So I kind of looked at it as this is part of the phase, but this is not the end of things.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Oh, can I be recognized? This is Anna.
Yeah, there you are. Yes, Ann.
I agree with Jonathan. Like, I rated this as one of my higher scores of a 9. And I think that just starting out, I think that maybe that's why there wasn't so much of a relationship built already. But I think understanding and knowing, not even a recognized person yet, but of building the relationships with these communities. And I think that is a start as well. I don't think it sounds like they're in the middle of the project or just finishing up. It had already started something, that this is just the beginning. And so I understand the importance of those building those relationships, and that being at the beginning of this project. So I look forward to this having more defined progress moving forward, I guess, than to start with.
Great. Anyone else? Yes, Jonathan.
One additional point, what I really liked is the inclusion of stipends to pay people for their time. Part of the thing that has been a longstanding battle has been as people come into the communities of color to talk with us about what is going on and interpret, that in the past people have not paid for that time and paid for that knowledge and experience that they're getting. So I really appreciate the fact that they're recognizing that and incorporating that into the budget as a necessary component that I'd like to see all projects reflect that kind of thing.
Jonathan, did you think the compensation was adequate? Adequate is not necessarily something that I can discern on that. That's too open a question, because I'd pay $1 million to people. I mean, that's just me. But you got to work within budgets that you have. So just the idea that they're actually going to pay people for their time, for telling them the knowledge and sharing the experiences, which is something that needs to be done, is where I appreciate. I think where I was hopeful, I mean, again, this is a conversation we've had many times over the years. And I think the reason I pulled this one out is that and again, I get that it's early, but I guess what I was, yeah, and again, this is not my area, but I would be hoping that they would engage people, get them on the payroll instead of just a token payment. Actually pay them to be part of the team, partner with people, and really get them some adequate compensation. I don't know, maybe that's a pipe dream. Maybe that's a little bit too optimistic, but to me, that was almost a missed opportunity here where you identify a group you want to engage. Seems to me, reach out ahead of time, get people lined up, get them as part of the project so that they actually have a line item instead of just an honorarium. But maybe that's too ambitious starting out.
Jenny, couldn't you make that recommendation to them?
I'm sorry, there was double talk there.
I'm sorry, I jumped in, so
That's okay.
somebody else was talking as well. They can go ahead and I'll make the point after.
Sorry, this is Annakeith again. I just had usually for an honorarium, though, that's not an expectation. That's not a bill to be paid. That's not a request for $20 an hour. That's just an understanding that you will bring something and thank people for their time. And that's just part of the introduction in the original meeting. That's not if you're going to come talk to me, I'm going to expect $300. That's not how those discussions usually happen. That's that there's just a token or appreciation given for the amount of time and just for people making the effort to have that conversation, but there's no expectation of a certain dollar amount or that you're going to have a job or, it's just really the introduction is usually how that piece usually is added. Thank you, Jonathan.
Jonathan?
And I believe in the past we have done non-binding suggestions back to applicants. So, that is something I think, Jenny, if you're interested in, I'd support, is just making that suggestion as a piece that's, again, non-binding. So it's not a requirement of their the grant, but just some feedback from us.
Oh. Again, that's my point on this one was that, this is an important partnership. These are important voices to be heard. I don't know, Anne, I think there should be an expectation for compensation if you're sharing at this level and you're participating. And to get something really meaningful out of this, I'd expect there to be a time commitment, but I also expect that time commitment to be compensated. It's an honor to be asked, but on the other hand, it's also, time is valuable. And I think it would be nice to reward people in a meaningful way for the input that they're providing. So I would make that as a suggestion that, this round, again, as an introduction, you're getting to know people. Maybe this is an opportunity to get a lineup or just, meet people, decide who you want to continue the conversation with, who's willing. And then maybe, if they apply for additional funding or a continuation, it sounds like this is one of those projects that there will be additional phases. Maybe there's opportunity there to then bring people on board.
Well, I think that's part of the initial introduction, because I think if they brought somebody in right now and said, we're going to hire them on, right, we'd have this expectation that they list all their credentials and that they be looked at as this expert in this field, where a lot of times with tribal communities, you're just coming in to build relationships. Nobody is the person to say, Jenny is the person, she's the expert, you go ask her and hire her. You're really starting to understand that these are sovereign nations and that there's a whole government system there that you're trying to build and make connections with and figure out where this partnership lies. And usually that's with the government. And that's usually in one of the other grant applications where they make mention of having relationships with all the tribal historic preservation officers of the tribes, of starting to know who your connections will be and who you might work with and partner with in the future. But you would not come in right now, I think, for the most part, and try and hire somebody right out of the gate, because most of the time it's looked at how is that person either looked at credentially wise or even from the tribal point of view of how that decision's made of who you feel is an expert in that community.
Okay. Great. Thanks for that explanation, Anne. Makes a lot of sense.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Hi, Jenny, great points. And as well as Jonathan and Anne, I would just like to contribute that that if they were added on as in a larger role that requires a lot more commitment, and as Anne pointed out, there's this kind of vetting that may be necessary. And so in that aspects, in my experience, a lot of people have trouble speaking on behalf of an entire nation when it's just that one person. And I think additionally, imagine these experts in these communities being asked by all projects across the state of Minnesota to participate. And so if they all had to kind of be onboarded in such a larger capacity, while that is wonderful commitment on the project end, that they're being elevated to this importance vital to the project, it's also why this project and not others committed. And I just don't think all these folks have enough time to be able to participate in that capacity as well. Yeah, so I believe but I do agree with you as far as I gave this an 8, just because with missing documentation, while it's, I think, hard in these kind of introductions to have documentation and rounded intentions, or just show that I think it is moving forward, and however way they find that, to somehow find, oh, well, we've had these various meetings, these understandings and everything like that. So I understand why there's missing documentation or the work they've done, because it also might be protected in that space as well with what everybody is sharing and finding out. But yeah, it would be good for us to see more documentation. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, one final point, Madam Chair. I would say that if we were going to issue anything as a requirement, we need to also then consider more funding going towards that, because asking them to take what they had allocated out for stipends and then hire somebody it's setting them up for failure if we're not providing additional funding to cover that, I think.
Right.
Madam Chair, could I be recognized for a minute? I wanted to clarify something.
Sure, Jillian.
I'm going back to the beginning of Ginny's comments about required documents for this project. I just wanted to say part of what when the administrative team goes through, we look at what's required in each grant category. And in this grant category, they attached or didn't attach whatever was required. So different. And I know that you're talking about, we have several other interpretive planning projects coming. So that's just to keep in mind that, if they hadn't attached something that was required, it would have been disqualified.
Right.
So they are, and each category has different requirements. But I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we will move on to the City of Little Falls Heritage Preservation, 2107-26337.
Okay, since I started this, I'll jump in.
No.
This is one that I love their enthusiasm. I just think this is way too ambitious of a project for the price they're asking. I don't know how on earth you could do it for $32,000. They're asking for everything. And honestly, I think what they're asking for, this is almost like 2 phases of work. Visitor analysis, outreach, and engagement, in addition to site inventory and design guidelines. That's a lot of work, and it's possible that you can find somebody who can do it all, but I think more realistically, whoever's doing your design guidelines may not be the right person to do your visitor analysis. I mean, those could be 2 totally separate outfits. So, the interpretive plan and historic site survey, that's like apples and oranges. So I think this one would be a stronger request if they separated the request into 2 phases. You know, do the visitor analysis, do your outreach, you know, engage the community, you know, do that as a first step. And then take that information, use that then to go through, decide which buildings should be part of the inventory, and then create a set of design guidelines that are responding to some of this other information that you've collected. To do them simultaneously for $32,000 just seems way too ambitious. So again, this is one that I scored, you know, I gave it middle of the pack. I scored this one right in the middle, because I just think that you know, it's possible it could be successful, but it's also really possible that it won't be. And again, it's a low ask. $32,000 is not a lot of money. So, you know, we can fit that in the budget pretty easily, but I just wanted to bring that up, see if anyone else had any comments about the feasibility of success, or just the opportunities for success here.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Jonathan.
I was my top rated, but it was much higher. I think that one, you know, I took as that maybe some of this work would be done by them, and there would maybe some combining of other work that they do that comes into, you know, when you're talking about outreach and stuff, a lot of times when you're doing outreach, you're not just doing on one single solitary issue, but rather you're doing outreach and you'll explore a few different topics. So I kind of took this as, you know, there would be some pieces they would overlap and combine in, and that's why they could do that. And, you know, as somebody who runs a nonprofit that does a lot with a little, I can see that being able to be accomplished. And, you know, I'm really, this is something I think that is necessary, especially when you consider the absence of how much history there is, especially from communities of color, that would be, I think, a part of this and incorporated in. So I looked at this as a necessary project that I'm hopeful will broaden what is understood as being the history and being a component of what's in Little Falls.
Well, I think it's a necessary project, but we want it to be successful. Do we think they can do everything that they claim they're going to do for that amount? I mean, that amount of money is, in my opinion, would be a stretch just to do the site survey and design guidelines.
I'm sure they'd be happy for us to give them more money.
Well, that's what I want them to ask for. More money is what I'm asking. I want them to come back and ask for more money so they can really get a product that's going to help them. What I worry about is that if when you ask for too little, you get what you pay for, and they may not get what they need to really move them forward. So this is one that my inclination on this one is to suggest, I mean, I'm not suggesting we don't fund them, because I think it's incredibly valuable. I want them to succeed. I'm not sure I want it in the top 10. And I think this is one of those applications that I think would just be so much stronger if they asked for a little bit more, you know, do it together, but ask for more money next year, or phase it. Just, you know, break it into, if they don't want to break it into pieces, then ask for more money so that they have a better chance of being successful. I worry a little bit that this one is just too little for the amount of work they're asking for. Not that I mean, again, I still think it's a really valuable project. So just worry about this one, that it's just, they didn't ask for enough. Want them to have more.
I have thoughts, but Lindsay's had her hand up for a bit.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay.
So I feel like I'm just going to echo everything you guys just said, but I do want to point out in the needs and rationale thing, it does say the city recently received a grant to update the 95 to 97 survey to document additional themes and property types, blah, blah, blah. So I I guess I was under the impression that they were doing that and then asking for the grant. So like doing the two projects at the same time. I don't know if that answers Ginny's concern or not.
Well, I think that's a different focus, though. I don't think that doesn't necessarily translate into design guidelines or property review. That was more historic context. It was my interpretation of that money. I could be wrong too, but.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And so, Jenny, what I'll say is that a lot of times the context studies can incorporate those two pieces. Like when we have the cultural context study here over in St. Paul, it focuses on the buildings that are here, like within the Rondo community, but each one of those then has a story attached to it. So you're not even getting just the history of the building, you're getting the history of the family that would have been in the building or the business and the components. So that's what I was saying with, I think Lindsay and I are on the same page around there's going to be some overlap with these projects. So you're getting a little bit of economies of scale kind of thing where they would do that. I'd be supportive in recommending that they come back for additional funds as long as we're not going to turn them down at this point. I think there's a timing aspect that's here. And if we think more money would be good, let's recommend that they also submit again in the future. But a lot of times when nonprofits put things like this in, you're getting, or organizations put things like this in, you're getting to a timing thing, and pushing them off for a year can be detrimental.
Could we recommend that they take out the design guidelines aspect of it and have them come back for that next year? That would still give them plenty of opportunity to kind of organize around their cultural context and visitor analysis, outreach, engagement. They could still do all that. Could we pull out? And this is a question, I think, for, in addition to HRAC committee members, but also MNHS, could we recommend that they, because Jonathan, what I worry about is that they can't double dip. So anything that's included in this grant, they can't ask for next year. So by saying, maybe suggesting that they take the actual design guideline portion out of this and come back for that next year, is that a reasonable suggestion?
I don't know that we can do that and still fund them.
We can't rewrite their grant request, I know.
That would be rewriting their request.
Yeah, I know. All right.
Madam Chair, this is Carolyn, and I'm happy to answer it for the MNHS admin side.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't turn on for some reason, I can't turn on my camera. When we have had past concerns about dollar amounts, yes, we can't rewrite their application, nor can we fund them more money than they're asking. We typically, what we do then is ask them to submit documentation from their procurement process and let their procurement process dictate the amount and then go from there. So if their procurement process would say, this is a $60,000 project, then we would work with them on that aspect and about, more money, they're more fundraising and those aspects. Or do we need to change the scope of the project at that point? And would we be willing to do that? And we would. I think that makes sense. So that's how we've approached it in the past, is through a procurement process and let that dictate the amount that is necessary to complete the project as a whole.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Any other thoughts? Okay, we'll move on to the Islamic Center of Winona, 2103-25646. And your concern, Ginny?
Yeah, this one had a few issues associated with it, and this is a repeat applicant, so again, we encouraged them to come back the last time too, because there were some issues, I believe. I'm not sure that a lot of those were resolved. So a number of things were red flags for me on this. First of all, the documents are somewhat incomplete. They included what I consider to be outline specifications rather than full, complete specifications. So there's a lot of question as far as how the work is actually going to be completed. It's also not clear what's included in this phase. The demo plans don't align with the scope of work documents. There's some problematic details. The detail at their coping cap is a little problematic. I mean, I have some recommendations for that if we decide to fund this one. There's just some misinformation. They refer to stone, in one case, we've got a specification for stone balusters, but they are also called out as concrete. So again, just misinformation throughout the documents. And I think my biggest issue on this is just the phased approach is really problematic. They've got baluster work in phase 3, but those balusters are integral to the roof. So you're doing roofing in phase 1, and then you're coming back in phase 3. You're going to end up taking apart what you did in phase 1 to integrate, if you're going to do it right, to integrate the work in phase 3. And the same thing for the monitor. The cladding on the monitor is phase 4. That's also integral with the roofing. So it's the phasing of this project is really problematic. They would be better off just getting the roofing and anything that touches the roofing done at the same time. So this is one that I would recommend that they resubmit. Again, we're not saying that the project is bad or that the intent of the project. Clearly, they need a new roof. That the roofing is coming to the end of its service life. I think they have another year. I don't think if they don't get this project this year, it's not the end of the world. I think this would be a much stronger application next year if they reconsider the phasing and just get all the work done that needs to be done at one time, so that you're getting a really good, well-integrated roof that's going to keep this building protected for the next 30 years. Right now, I worry that we're going to do work and then we're going to end up redoing work. It's going to cost more money, and we're going to still end up with a system that's not holistically, that's not well integrated. So this is one that I scored fairly low. So my recommendation right now, again, would be to not necessarily say we're not going to fund it, but I would pull this one out of the top 10 voting block, or out of the 8 and above voting block.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Jonathan.
I would be opposed to that, Jenny. One thing I noted that the staff did not raise any concerns around this. So that was, I understand what you're saying, but as I looked at it, it went through, they ranked this as well written with clear objectives. And it seemed like this need, I don't know what the life is of the roof, but it seemed fairly critical to have this done. And since it's building on the other projects. And I think the fact that it made the top cut, if we're looking at 8 as being things, I think that just speaks to the priority of the project and how we all looked at it. So I would be opposed to pulling this out.
Any other thoughts, anyone? I can't see hands being raised, so just speak up and I'll call on you. No?
Madam Chair, this is Annakeith again. I would agree with Jonathan. I just think that, and especially to see the mode score where most have scored this at a 9, I would oppose as well to just pull it out. If it had met all the criteria for all the attachments, it had obviously been, I don't know if this is the second time they've applied or is this more than 2 times? Do you have that information of how many times that we've sent them back? This has just been once.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Okay. If Jenny just recognized it as again of something they sent back again last time, but I just think.
I want to say this is the second time we've read this, or they've had a project before us.
Okay. Okay. But I agree with Jonathan. I just think that I would move forward if it, I even saw they had the attachment of the, the roof company that did the bidding, and no other questions had been brought up with the actual reviewer of the grant as well. So I would be opposed to that as well. Thank you.
Anyone else have thoughts?
I do.
Oh.
So this is Lindsay. So as somebody who doesn't have an architecture background, I guess I would agree with Ginny. I mean, there's still a lot of money left if we look below the 8. right? Because we can still pull it up for discussion. It's just not in that top bracket, right?
Correct, correct.
So I would go with Ginny.
I think I would go more on the side of Jonathan. They did a conditions assessment, which was approved, and they did the drawings, which were approved. So it's, as a person who doesn't have an architectural background or a person writing this grant, I would follow what was approved by professionals to go ahead. So I scored this one high too. So I don't think it should be taken out of the top.
This is Christy. I don't have an architectural background either, but again, I kind of agree with what Lindsay just said, that if it's just, we're not necessarily disqualifying it. Is that correct? We just table it for a different time?
Pull it for further discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciated what Jenny said about that if the phases are problematic and not conducive necessarily to a really successful project, I think that might require a little bit more discussion. But again, I don't have that kind of background.
Any other thoughts?
Hi, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I just to contribute to the conversation, I am in the similar boat as Jonathan, Jill, and Anne. I scored this very high, but I do appreciate the concerns Ginny brings, so I'm open for discussion as well.
So what I'm hearing is that perhaps Ginny will make a motion to pull this from the initial grouping. If that's correct, then we would need a second and then vote on that. Or does that sound like the next step?
Yes.
What do you want to do there, Ginny?
I'll move that we pull it out of the top 10 for consideration later in the day.
Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
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 Tamara, could you do a roll call?
We need,
Yeah.
say that again.
We're gonna
Jillian?
need a roll call, a division.
Okay. Jill?
Nay.
Annette? Simya? Heather? Heather?
Heather stepped out.
Christy?
Yes. Or
Ginny?
nay.
Ginny?
Oh, sorry, aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Tiana?
Yay.
Anne?
Nay.
Jonathan?
Nay.
Did I forget anybody? So what is the tally? Note takers?
I have 4 in favor, 3 against.
So we will set it aside and come back to it in discussions later.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
This is done. So I checked on their history, and they did request pretty much the same project last year.
Okay.
But so just once. This is the second time they've come back.
Point of clarification regarding that, John. I was looking at last year. Did they come in under a different name? Because I'm not seeing them in the list in 2020.
It's as I see it, it's the same name, but yeah. My view of Flex might be a little different. Let me see. Yeah, last year it was Islamic Center of Winona. They requested 50,765 this year. So they increased the request this year.
Madam Chair, can I be
Yes.
recognized? This is Ann. I just had a question. So when, and maybe this is for the staff, but when someone resubmits based on the recommendation from the committee, do they then go over the application and see that things have been changed or addressed? I'm just wondering if there's any notes that have been updated.
Carolyn?
Yep, this is Carolyn. And so, yes, typically they submit another application, and yes, we have memory of the past applications. So typically we give our coaching comments, which we call pre-application comments, to them before they submit the final. And that would include past recommendations if that still hasn't been addressed, and any future and any current new comments with the newest application submitted. I hope that answers your question.
So were there any notes that say that they did not meet the recommendation of clarification from last year?
That if there was a concern, it would have been noted in the comments from us.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Jonathan.
I would move the approval of the funding of the remaining projects at the score of 8 and above.
Now, Carolyn, I have a question. Does anyone in this grouping have conflict of interest? Do they need to recuse themselves from the vote? I know I do for Norris Camp.
May I amend my motion then?
So
To pull out any of the ones that we have conflicts of interest
I have one for Hibbing High School.
and do those individually.
Also for Afton, but that's not in this group.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing Jonathan say is that anything that doesn't have a conflict, he would like to do a group
of
Oh,
vote.
okay.
Right.
It would be my understanding. So the conflict ones and the tabled one would be pulled out for later individual motions, but then whatever would be remaining would be a group vote.
Correct.
And have all the top 8 and above be funded. I think that's what I'm hearing.
That
is correct.
Right.
So Hibbing is a conflict for me.
So I think if we want to go down that path, if members would recognize their conflicts in this 8 and above, we could mark it and make sure that those aren't included.
Do we need to second the motion first?
Right. So is there a second to Jonathan's motion to pass a block funding with the exception of the one we just pulled out, as well as those with conflict of interest?
I'll second.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So we will do that. So am I seeing the top one is the Lower Phelan Creek?
Correct.
Is there any conflict? City of Plymouth? Charles Thompson Memorial Hall?
The top one should have been the Science Museum.
Science Museum.
Yeah, I'm only seeing, okay, there we go.
Sorry.
Science Museum, Phelan Creek, City of Plymouth, Charles Thompson, Dodge County, Tower Sudan, Central, Heritage Organization, San Francisco Township, Dakota, Regents of Minnesota, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, that's me, conflict of interest. Lake County Historical Society, Ramsey, Rice, Hibbing High School,
That's me.
City of Clements, City of Little Falls, Hennepin County, The Islamic we tabled. Minnesota Special Education. Nobles County, Otter Tail County, City of Browns Valley, and Hubbard County. So we will call for the vote to do a block funding. I will step aside and Jill will take over the meeting.
You don't, Madam Chair, you don't need to step aside until we're dealing with the one you have a conflict of interest. We're doing
Right,
the
I'm sorry,
motion.
of course. So I would like a motion to approve funding for those that we have considered scored through 8 on our average scoring.
So moved.
So moved.
We have Ginny and Jonathan. Any discussion?
Jenny, do you want to make the motion and I'll second it?
Sure.
Okay.
Any
You
other?
can go first next time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Take turns. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. So we have just spent a little over $2 million. I think at this point, do we need a short break? Anyone? No? Keep going?
Keep going.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Jonathan.
I would then, if we can scroll back up so we can see the conflict of interest, because I'm going to move each one of these individually so that people with conflict of interest can step out. So the first one I am seeing is the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the North Camp Priority.
And I have a conflict.
Okay.
So
So
Jill,
I get to take over.
Jill, you get to take over for a minute. I
Take
get
over.
to go in the wait out, the timeout room.
Yep. Okay. Is she, there we go.
I will
All right.
move approval of that project.
Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. Now I'll get to turn it back over to Tamara when she comes back. Oh. Tamara, you're back. Your turn.
There I am. So the next one that had a conflict of interest was the Hibbing High School, 2107-26150.
How do I leave?
They leave you. Are they
They kick me out? Okay.
out? It's like magic.
Looking for your name. Is a
Christy Jeffcoat.
okay, that's it. All right, thank you. Give me a sec.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I will move approval of the Hibbing High School project.
Is there a second?
Ann will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? And the motion carried. Were there any others? I don't.
I thought there was one more, but I may be wrong.
Well, could we scroll up till we get to the bottom of that list?
So Annette, you have joined the meeting, so I would like you to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Annette Atkins. I'm in Collegeville. I'm a Minnesota historian.
Annette.
Yeah. Finally.
With the
Yeah, no,
fans.
I've been here for a few minutes trying to get caught up. So thank you.
Thank you, Annette. So there were no other conflict of interest. I have a question that I don't know if we need to go back to it, but there was one of the grants that Ginny had called out for discussion that there were some special concerns that weren't necessarily standard concern or standard considerations. So Carolyn, do we need to review that?
Yeah.
Had
Yeah,
made
Tamara.
notes.
Yeah, on page 5 of your notes, there's a reminders about deliberations. I'm wondering if you could read that now and then make any amendments that are necessary if ATRAC agrees with the unique conditions.
So your page 5 and my page 5 aren't the same.
Okay.
All of the text larger, so someone of my age.
Sure. Sorry.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So if there's a motion to fund an application and there's not a second or the motion failed, the application will not be recommended for funding. If unique or special conditions are stated in staff review comments are acceptable to HRAC, the motion must include them. However, standard conditions don't need to be included in the motion if they're published in the grants manual. And so my question is, when we were talking about the Dakota Spring Lake Reserve, there were some special comments or we wanted to make suggestions for their future applications. As far as funding, did we want to include that in the part of the grant?
If they're not part of, terms for that would be included with their grant terms. I have noted it to discuss that with future projects with them, what ATRAC has discussed. So to me, it's not necessarily terms of this current grant, it's future. If they're going to come back and ask for funding again, ATRAC would like to see that information in the future. Does that, I think that's.
That makes sense. No, thank you for answering that. That makes sense. So refresh my memory. We have just funded through number 8. We have pulled out the conflict of interest and funded them as well. And so now we can move on to the next section. The committee should select the remaining amount of funds as like, what's the stopping point for our lowest funding level? And Carolyn, can you maybe explain this better than I can?
Sure, I absolutely can. So in the past, when we've had not this great dollar amount of $6 million, we've had more like $3 to $4 million to award. And usually we've had 3 times the amount requested to fund. And so HRAC has decided in the past that at some point they want to look at all applications and give a way to look at all applications and give them a voice to have applications that might not have scored as high, but to have that opportunity to maybe score lower ones that, or discuss them for sure and make sure that there's money available. I think that's how, I don't know if that's explaining it better than you could, Tamara, but.
Oh, definitely.
So I think traditionally it's been, sometimes the HRAC has looked at what's the highest application amount and picked that as the amount as the stop to then open up the discussion and not follow the scores anymore. Sometimes it's been a different amount as well.
Does anyone have any thoughts on this?
I would say maybe that we look at that as being $1 million or less.
I'm sorry, Jonathan, I don't understand. Could you say that again?
Essentially what we would do is continue looking through these until we get down to $1 million remaining. And at that point, go into the low funding level and allow for ones that may be ranked low, but somebody may be want to advocate for it to be considered at that point. We'd also look at we should be doing this throughout, but I would use that as a check-in point to make sure we're looking at our geographic diversity as well as type of project scope.
And just as a follow-up to that, I wonder if we could just check in when there's 2 million left, sort of half what's there. Just see where we are and see how that feels. And then, because I think $1 million is a great place to take a more serious look, but I'd like just to have a minute to breathe at 2 million.
I'd support that.
I don't think we need a motion for that. I think that's consensus of the group is that at 2 million, we'll take a check. And then again at 1 million. So there were a couple of things that I should have reminded you before we started deliberations because we were just so excited to get started. The committee members, of course, must excuse themselves from discussion and motions if there is a conflict of interest. Any motion to recommend declining an application, you must specifically state a reason. And we talked about if there's a motion to fund and it dies for a lack of a second, then that application is not recommended for funding. And of course, the stipulations or different conditions. If we add something to the application, a condition, we must state that in the motion. I think a short break, and then we will return to take on the second batch.
Madam Chair, what time are we breaking for lunch?
At 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So 10 minutes, and then we will return.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has it been 10 minutes? I didn't look at my watch. I'm sorry.
It has been, yes.
So we will call ourselves back to order. So the next point is to pick a new low scoring and deliberate those grants.
Madam Chair.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, before we do that, I wanted to seek a little clarification from Jenny, because this will be above that. Jenny, are you the concerns you have, are those any things that can be conditioned, or is this going to be, we're just going to have to vote on this one, whether we approve it or not?
For the roofing,
The Islamic Center is what I'm looking
I don't think it can be conditioned.
at. Okay.
And, just on that topic, though, there are some coming up in the next 10, 15 that I scored a little bit lower, but I think they can be conditioned. So certainly willing to do that on those that are almost there, but just need a little push. But the roofing, I think, is for the Islamic Center. I don't think we can condition it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just more trying to figure out what we're going to do with this, because we tabled it now. And so it's got to either come back for discussion, it's got to be motion to disapprove or motion to approve. So I'm just trying to figure out where it fits into everything, because it's going to be above whatever lower amount we pick.
Well, I think, I guess my thought on that would be to go through the next, go through the sevens or whatever we decide, the next 10, 15, and then enter it back in. But
Yeah, I think when we hit that 2 million check, then we could talk about the ones we've tabled so far.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, because I think there's going to be a bunch. I'm going to actually make the same recommendation for a bunch coming up in the next 10, 15 that maybe we just push them down a little bit further and,
Okay.
expand it. So, talk through a lot of them and then come back and address some that have some serious flaws or potential issues.
Okay, so if you all haven't figured out, Jenny and I are talkers, so please dip in anywhere you feel that you want to. We want to make sure everybody gets a chance to weigh in and put pieces on. We don't want to dominate the conversation.
The Historic Northwest group gave me a gavel.
Nice.
And I am not afraid to use it. So
I'm glad you're there, Tamara.
there you go.
Sitting next to me.
So the next step then is to consider the next grouping. Is there a suggestion? John, can you put the spreadsheet back up? Or Carolyn?
Madam Chair, can I suggest we do these in maybe blocks of 5? And that way, if people have to recuse themselves or have, it might just be an easier block to manage rather than going for a score number.
So can you scroll down, Carolyn, to below 8? So we have 2, 4, 6, 7. 7s are a very popular number.
Right. So it might be easier to just do them in blocks of 5.
Does that agreeable to everyone?
I would say maybe a little bit more than 5. Can we do 10? Or do you feel really, Jenny, do you feel really solid on 5?
I think, we're going to run into some conflicts of interest. And then what I'm worried about, there's a grouping in that, not in the top 10, but as we get lower than that first 10 of the 7s, there's going to be a lot of discussion, I think. So
okay, we can go with 5.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned.
But the number's not, I'm not saying.
7.9 through 7.7.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is Ann again. I want to see if I can just have some clarification, and this is my first time, of when we don't base these on really underlying of our own personal opinion, and we really reflect back on the scoring guidelines, but also how much the diversity inclusion is included in the weight of the score, and then how much of our own personal expertise has to play into our objections and issues with grant applications. I mean, because I know we had sent out that email earlier in the week of, like, and I'm not going to name a certain grant, but like if, is a jail considered historical enough or relevant enough to Minnesota history to be included, or even some of the content or some of the murals or their content, if it's, based off of our artistic appreciation for that, or so I just wanted, if we could just maybe have some guidelines on really what the reflection is, because when we go off the score, but if we're not really going to be looking at the score of the collective group, and it's going to be based off other personal objections we might have with applications, how does that tie back to the weight of the score that we were given?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to answer this correctly, but as we're going through them, I mean, you have the opportunity to pull out a project that you may feel uncomfortable about and have further discussion about each particular one, like Ginny did with the 4 that we talked about. So I think that it's sort of an ongoing process that, if you have concerns about something, that's the point at which you would bring it up and we take it out and discuss it separately. We also at some point will discuss diversity. We will also discuss geographic locations, and we'll also discuss the different categories to make sure that we're funding, across the board. So does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that helps. I just want to make sure because I go back to our how we were scoring, and I look at some of these and how they ended up scoring out. And so I just want to make sure that it's based on not just also my own personal opinion of this project or this group, or my thought on if, that it has more merit to that dispute. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and if I could come in here too, just a little bit. And I think part of why we are on the committee is to bring our best judgment to looking at each grant. And I think our hope is that there are enough of us that a lot of opinions will surface. So I think part of what we have to bring to it is our opinion.
Right.
But it's never an unfounded or kind of unmerited opinion. It's our educated opinion. My question, I want to go from that question, is in these first 5, for example, one of the things I'm unclear about is what we do about church requests in these proposals. So I don't have a particular objection to the First Congregational Church of Minneapolis proposal, but I'm pretty unclear about what church proposals we can accept and which ones not. And so I just feel real unsteady about some of those.
Jonathan?
So I want to go back to Ann's point that it's all of those things you mentioned, I believe, that each one of us is bringing a different perspective, a different level of expertise, a different set of criterion skills. So I look at the average score as being the starting point, but beyond that, it is going to be your opinion, your personal experience. That's why I think everybody is on this committee, is that's what makes this, and Annette was saying this too. She stole my line, unfortunately, that all of that plays in. And so as you have pieces that you pull out here for discussion, that's one side, but there is going to be other ones that you want to advocate for strongly because of either personal experience with the organizations that is not a conflict of interest, and that you want to go ahead, or you think there's more diversity in funding needed for what we're looking at. So all of that factors in, and please utilize all of that to help make the decisions.
Madam Chair, just one quick comment on that too, for Ann's benefit. Again, the way the scoring is not the scoring is kind of trend setting. We all score differently. So, your 7 may be different than my 7. Some people score very tightly. Some people give 1s and 10s, so it's, as long as you're consistent within your block, there's, a trend will be set, but the score itself is not scientific. So it kind of is a gauge, but it's not definitive. So I always, shrink or get a little nervous when we rely too heavily on the scores, because they're really not scientific. We're all using different, we have different criteria for assigning different scores to things. So I don't want anyone to get too hung up on the scores, but it is a good general trend. I mean, it does identify a pattern, which then is the platform for discussion. I also want to just circle back real quick to Annette's comment about the churches. And this is another area that I'm a little uncomfortable with, for historic properties. If it's on the National Historic Register, that burden of proof is already there. In order to be accepted to the National Register, there's a tremendous amount of research or good reason that it's been accepted. Once accepted, that is not the value of that is not ours to judge. What our job is to decide on the merit of the application, and that's the quality of the materials, the comprehensive understanding of the project, the ability to execute the project. That's what our job is to decide on, not the value of the property, because that's set. And whether it's a church or a jail or a courthouse, it shouldn't matter. I think if it's on the register, it's on the register, and we have to just accept that as, this is a legitimate and eligible project. Now, that being said, there's different levels of significance for those that don't know. We have national landmarks. That's a whole different level. There's only 25 in the state, and we do have one national landmark in our applications today. The rest of the historic properties are have been accepted to the National Register. Significance for those properties can range from local to state to national. But if it has national significance, it may not be a national landmark. The vocabulary gets a little confusing. But again, for those projects that have state significance or national level significance, those we may look at those a little differently than local ones. But most of the projects that we're looking at today for historic properties are local. And again, it's not for us to judge. I don't think, this is my opinion, but I don't think we can judge whether a jail in a small rural community is as important as something in another community, because to them it is important. And so that's my platform for today.
Thank you, Ginny. Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, Tamara. My point wasn't exactly that. I'm referring back to Ben at earlier meetings talking about feeling better about giving money to the friends of the church rather than giving money directly to a church. So it's the church-state separation issue in part that I'm referring to. So I know, for example, that the First Congregational Church of Minneapolis is a really important building. So I'm not questioning the building, I'm only questioning the use of state funds to improve a religious building.
But I would argue that, again, if it's on the National Register, it's considered, and the state's obligated to look out for its National Register properties. We're not obligated to fund them, but this is one way that the state shows support for those properties, and I think that's okay. Again, if it wasn't on the register, I think we'd have a different conversation, but it is culturally significant. So
I think too, we'll direct the staff to add this to the agenda in the spring so we can more fully discuss it and move on. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 applications in the next round or next block. Aiken County Historical Society, City of Delano, First Congregational Church of Winona, Olmsted County Historical Society, the Artist Sanctuary, Afton Historical Society, First Congregational Church, Pioneer Public Television. Does anyone have any conflict of interest in any of the ones that I just mentioned? No conflicts of interest. Does anyone want to pull out any of the above for discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to pull Pioneer Public Television out.
Any others want to be pulled out? Okay, I'm not hearing any other concerns. So we'll just go right to that then.
And this is one that, again, similar to the roofing project for the Islamic Center, I would just recommend that we maybe pull this one out for reconsideration a little later in the day. And the reason for that, this is a building that doesn't have a tenant right now. It needs a ton of work. The city can't pay for it. So, I mean, that's one reason that the state, can actually offer some benefit. But this one needs a lot of work. So, this is for construction documents. This one will bounce back for construction, possibly several times. There's no identified tenant. The Pioneer Public Television, they had been officing out of this building for years. They vacated the property. So they're offering a little bit of seed money right now to help bridge the gap, which is very generous of them, but they're not the tenant anymore. And so this is one that I dropped down a little bit. Just the sustainability, we can dump a lot of money into this one, and there's just no clear path for what it's going to be used for. So this is one that I just had a little bit of concern with. On the other hand, it's one of only 2 National Register historic properties in town. So this is an area that is probably just trying to cling on to the heritage they have, the structural built heritage that they have. So I'm not saying I'm not in support of it. I'm just bringing it up for discussion. See if anyone else has anything to comment, any comments.
Anyone?
Yeah, I also, sorry, I have my hand up too. I'm interested in this one, and this comes up several other places. Is there any requirement of a match? I mean, no. I see they don't have a match, and they have a very impassioned and persuasive reason why they don't have a match. But I'm wondering what our sense is about the necessity of a match.
Match is not required for any of the, it can weigh into your scoring as a personal thing, but it's not a requirement as far as the applications are concerned.
Yeah, for me, the way I look at matches, because it doesn't factor in, I mean, we can't, it's not a criteria that it's not a requirement, but I think it's an indicator of the organization or the owner's ability to sustain the building over the long term. So for me, on this one, the fact that you can't produce anything for a match to get the construction documents tells me that there's probably not a lot of funding available for construction or for maintenance or for anything going into the future. So again, I think that's a decision on our part then. Do we use state funding to fund this project from beginning to end? And it will require state funding to do everything. or do we try to encourage them to find additional partners or a revenue stream to help support this?
Ginny, I so appreciate that you are on this committee and that you bring this perspective. So this isn't a hostile question. It's how does what we're saying about this Prairie Public Television building, which is on the register, line up with what we were saying about the Congregational Church, which is on the register. So how do we weigh the relative registry values of these buildings?
Well, since you directed that to me, I'll just answer. It's not a comment on the value of the building. For me, this one is a comment on the organization's ability to sustain it. It's a valuable building to the community. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this is their former courthouse, city hall. I mean, it's probably the building in their town. So value is not a question here. The question is how much is the state willing to continue to fund it? I mean, because for me, this isn't going to be an all or none commitment. You know, we commit to the construction documents. They'll be back next year for repairs. They won't probably be able to offer a significant cash match next year for construction. So I'm hoping if they're awarded the application this year for construction documents, I'm assuming they'll come back next year for construction dollars, at which point, we'll have to decide whether or not we support that. So, I mean, this one is one that I see this one is a probable phased, this is the first of a long phase of requests. And, we have to decide as a group whether this is a good use of state funds. Right. And there's no tenant. And that's to me so for me, the church, a church who is owned by a public entity, and there's plenty of opportunity for the public to experience the building and learn about the history. It's a viable community asset. That scores points. A building that doesn't have a tenant and doesn't really have a clear future, you can consider that as well.
Yeah, that helps me a lot. And maybe, Tamara, we can add this sort of cluster of things to talk about in our April meeting. Yep. Because I come back to a similar kind of problem when we get to Brown County and how many times Brown County has come. I mean, this is over $1 million for that Brown County courthouse. What do we commit ourselves to when we take this first step? So thanks, Jenny. I appreciate all that.
So Ginny, are you making a motion?
Yeah, I would make the motion that we just don't vote this one in, but hold it back and talk about it or enter it, revisit it when we get to the $2 million mark.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
I'm opposed. Okay, so Pioneer Public Television is tabled.
Madam Chair, can we confirm who seconded? I didn't hear a name.
Sorry.
This is Annette.
Annette.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I appreciate this discussion, and I just want more clarification on this as well, because I think we bring all of us a lot of bias to this. I mean, and this is where I want to understand what our commitment is to the actual grant that is submitted, because it met the requirements to be submitted. So if we make assumptions that they'll be coming back for more money, we'll have to fund more money. I mean, is that legitimate to bring into the conversation about the application that's submitted at this time? Are we just to judge the application that's been approved, submitted, had met the guidelines to be approved, to be considered, instead of putting on maybe our thoughts of if they're going to ask for more money, or if we're going to fund it in the future, if we're going to end up paying for the building till the end. Like, I just think that brings a lot of assumption, and that's not dealing with the application that we're working with today. And it's not just that, not just Pioneer, but just in all these applications in general, to say that we're looking at them as a long-term commitment to financial, I just think is not the way I would look at funding these applications or looking at them. I'm basing them only on what they've submitted and if it was met the requirements of the grant application.
Thank you. That's good thoughts. Any thoughts on that? Anybody?
Oh, I have thoughts on everything, of course. Sorry. I think that we have, well, I think that Jenny raised the issue, which is a legitimate one about that, and that we ask in the grant application about sustainability. Right, and that's where concerns about what happens next, I think, deserves some attention. But the second thing is that because we're working with limited funds, we have to make really tough decisions about the good use of the taxpayers' money. And so that's the kind of other consideration I'm trying to keep in mind as I look at this. It's partly how would I defend this, either funding or not funding, to a larger audience of Minnesota taxpayers, and what's our obligation to them and our competing obligation to the proposers. So, Anne, I share some of your anxiety about this period.
For me, I mean, it comes down to enduring value, right? I mean, and that's a legitimate criteria that we score on, is enduring value. And again, I think that's something that, some of these projects that, when you're trying to sort out which projects to fund, which ones are not going to get funded, because we can't fund them all. Each one of those categories that people are required to fill out their application, they have to write why all these things are important. So contribution to the history of Minnesota, enduring value, follows the standards. All of those things are categories that we can comment on. And so I think, when you hear me offer an opinion, it's based on one of those 5 core principles that the applicant is required to provide information for. So it's not arbitrary. Obviously, it's opinion-based and experience-based, but most of the criticism is going to fall into one of those 5 categories.
Madam Chair?
Jonathan?
Anne, you are arguing from a legitimate point of view. So, I mean, that's part of what all of this is about, is everybody comes from their perspective and their point of view. So it is 100% legitimate to speak in favor or against any of these projects by saying, this is what they submitted and that's what we should focus on. Jenny may have a different opinion, I may have a different opinion, and it's all about who basically convinces the rest of the group if they're in a swing thing. So any of these projects, it is legitimate to say, hey, this is what they submitted. We shouldn't be going beyond that. We shouldn't be trying to condition it. And that's, where I'm coming from. And then other people will weigh in and we make a decision based upon, how the arguments make all of us convince us.
Any other thoughts?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Maybe I recognize. Okay. I just want to come in as well to support you, Anne, as being a new person on this committee and in serving in this capacity, I did have to constantly remind myself to stay within the scope of just the grant. I did find myself lingering on sustainability and having worry for a lot of these projects, and trying to remind myself that they are doing what they can in their capacity. So it's really interesting being so removed from these folks and their programming and who they are, and which has been helpful, but also harmful for me in trying to score appropriately. But I really did lean on just the one scorings of the endearment and access and that whole portion. So I heavily relied on the scoring, and that's where I think I'm leaning with you, Anne, where I'm just really just trying to rely on my scoring more. But thank you, Ginny, for kind of cautioning us to do that. So I guess I'm learning in this process as well, and so you'll have to forgive me if my perspective change shifts within this as well. So I just wanted to contribute that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Jonathan?
For all the new people, all of us renew at a point. So you're just please know that the points you're bringing up, 100% legitimate. There is no hard, fast rule that you have to go this way or that way. You're bringing perspective, you're bringing insight that other people don't have. So please weigh in every time. Come and share your thoughts. That is what this whole committee is about.
Oh.
Excellent. So we have before us several grants. Are there any others that you wanted to pull out for discussion? We can entertain a motion to fund them as a block, with the exception of Pioneer Public Television, which we've tabled for further discussion later. Any thoughts on any of them? So we have.
I will move the approval of the block.
So grants number 26,261, 26,307, 25,969, 26,268, 26,134, 26,244, and 26,334. We have a motion to approve the funding as requested. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And that was Ginny.
Jenny, yeah.
Any discussion? All those in favor of funding the aforementioned grants signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. So we funded the next round. And what is our total so far? $2,807,474. We have a remaining $3,392,526. So the next grouping, we stopped at 7.7. So we would start at 7.6 and let's go down to 7.3. Is there any in this grouping that someone has a conflict of interest?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a conflict of interest with the Fairmont Opera House.
Anyone else? Okay. Are there any in this grouping that should be pulled for further discussion?
Well, I'd like to,
Annette?
Sorry, go ahead.
I would like to pull out the Brown County.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull out LeSueur County Historical Society.
Any others?
Can we do the Duluth interpretive one? I think it's at the top of that list. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name.
And you want to discuss that? Okay. Anyone, any other discussion? Pull out for discussion. Okay. Lindsay, do you want to start with the City of Duluth?
Oh gosh, so nervous. At least I'm not muted. Let me see here. So this is the one. Oh, okay. So I put, we can still like fund it without the interpretive pauses, or is that like one thing that would be conditioned? I mean, I like the project. I just.
Carolyn?
I'm sorry, Lindsay, could you repeat the question?
This is the one that I made a comment. I think the reviewer made a comment. Is it possible to fund it without the interpretive pauses? Like, can that be a condition, or
I
or
would
is it an
ask,
all or nothing?
yeah, I would ask that if the content reviewer for that application is with us, that they speak up and speak to your question. I don't have access to who the content reviewer in our office was.
This one is Todd.
It's Todd. Yeah, sorry, just reaching for the
Thank you, Todd.
unmuting. So the comment that I had in there, give me just half a minute to open it up so I know what we're talking about, but I just want to have it in front of me. So in the budget, it's just taking a little bit to open up here. So in the budget, the third of three budget items is the interpretive pause. And the way that it's described in the, let me pull up some notes here. The way that's described in one of the attached documents, I'm just trying to pull out which document that is. These don't appear to be specifically interpretation. They are probably valuable and needed spaces in the park space, but they don't actually provide interpretation of Minnesota history. They are places, it's benches and rests. So this is under the interpretive. It's on page 33 of the attached interpretive plan. For those that want to open that up. And so the question here, and the question I posed in there was that whether or not the committee would determine this to be interpretation, and if so, if they would at their discretion decide whether or not this portion of the project was eligible.
Madam Chair, can I?
Oh, do you want to go ahead, Melinda?
Yeah, can I just make a administrative note that the amount that's showing as the eligible amount, the $130,100, does not include that line item for the $90,000 for the interpretive pause, because in the initial review, we did question whether that would be eligible. So if you did decide to fund it all, it would go back up to the $220,100 that they requested for the full project. Does that make sense?
It does. Lindsay, did you have any other questions?
No, I just wondered what the group thought. I mean, I like the project, and I feel like if this doesn't get funded, but they need the money for the interpretive pause, maybe there's a way they could do like a partnership grant. But
Madam Chair?
Yep.
The pauses themselves may not be interpretive, but it listed them as being co-located with interpretive elements. So when they talked about things like benches and stuff like that, it said that they would also have interpretive elements there. And given the scope of what this is doing, I would argue in favor of the interpretive pauses. I don't know if anybody has been to the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture in DC, but they have one of those at the top of the building, and it is a waterfall and a reflecting pool, and it is kind of what you need to absorb everything that you walk through. And a lot of exhibits tend to have these when you're dealing with very deep subjects that take a lot of time to reflect on. So I see value in the interpretive pauses as they're writing it, unless I'm seeing something wrong, it looks like that they would have there some elements that would be interpretive and historical with that and give you a point to reflect on there. So.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And I have this written down for mine as well, because I didn't understand that comment that was made. Just because I guess when I read that grant, I looked at it as historical content of land use. And I didn't know if the question was, is it not an historical event? Is that what leads it to be not historical? Or is it just that interpretation of land use is not considered historical? Or I don't know, Todd, if you feel comfortable, maybe just expanding on that process a little bit more. Because to me, I thought that it was a legitimate use and a good use of speaking on the historical land history.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the location of it or even the history that is being interpreted. It's this component of it. So it's to fund the implementation of interpretation along a trail. And so included in the budget are these rest spots that aren't, the way that I read it, integral to the interpretations and therefore aren't engaging in the interpretation of Minnesota history. That's the way that I read it. Again, it's not about the content of it per se or the location of it.
Madam Chair, this is Todd. This is kind of maybe not a question, but in the past, and I'm thinking about the stockyards, where we partially funded that, the content and the historical, the documentation that actually was very directly tied to history, we funded. The ramps and the access, there was this elaborate access path to get up to it, which was very cool and played a part in the whole planning of it. But we didn't fund it because it was not directly tied to the historical aspect. And I kind of see the same thing here where, I'm 50-50 on this one. I think you could make a case why we wouldn't fund it, but Jonathan, as you laid out, you can make a case for why you should. So I don't think this one is quite at that same, I don't think the disparity that we saw with the stockyards is quite the same here. I think this is a little bit, I think you can tie these rest areas a little bit more closely to the history, given the context of what's being discussed. They're talking a lot about the natural environment. And so having these locations to pause and sit and actually absorb relate what you're seeing to what you just read, I think is a more direct correlation than, say, the stockyards were. So I think in this case, I'm talking myself more into a higher score than a lower score on this one.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Jonathan.
So what I'm looking at, and Todd, maybe this is your area, so I'm going to look towards you. When I see this, it says interpretive features have been organized around a series of rivers, places, landmarks comprised of trailheads, overlooks, and pause points, each of which will host a set of interpretive elements, story poles, cairns, freestanding signs, and concrete inlays designed from the materials drawn from the natural estuary and from products and local industry. So what that says to me, and this is me as not an expert, is that a bench in and of itself is not, a historic thing. But it sounds like what they're going to have at whatever these pause points are other elements that will then, you're looking at as a whole package, not as an individual thing. Bench by itself, no, but a bench in front of a mural or with a description of the place and what it does, it seems like that all then ties in together to make a pause point that as a package is something that is reflective and still has historic value. But am I wrong on that, or is it all subject to whatever they do with that? Can we condition it?
I don't think that you're wrong. I don't think anybody that sort of would say that this fits into the interpretation is wrong. The way that I read it, that the pause points on the map were a little bit separated from the other points of interpretation. I definitely do see value and can listen to people saying that a pause in a moment of reflection is a part of the interpretation and an intended part by the people that are planning it. So, and I think that if the plan is persuasive in that, then it's definitely eligible for this. And I think that there are, and I'll acknowledge that we're getting into, philosophy on these things in sort of the gray areas. And so others may differ about this. And so I think that the pause points could potentially have a role. I was not on their placement in the map was not as convinced of it.
Anyone else?
Well, I'm looking at the interpretive plan, reading the section on pause. It's page 33 in the interpretive plan. Beyond recommending the circle as a unifying form, this plan does not specify the site placement or program these spaces in detail. The design has the potential to vary depending on the need and discretion of the designer. The existing dancing circle at Chambers Grove is an example of a pause along the trail. So it sounds to me actually like it's, like it's without programming intent, and by design without programming intent. The pauses will be located at boat launches, trailheads, and places where the spirit of the landscape can be felt and appreciated. So that's an important thing to do, and it's an important thing to make space to do, but it looks like it's intentionally without interpretive content to me as I read that section. There may be other sections that describe it in more detail.
Anyone else? So we have three options as I see it. One is to fund it at the recommended 130,100, which would not fund the pauses. Or we can recommend the full funding, which I don't have in front of me, but was 220,100. Or we can recommend not funding. Does that sound appropriate? And are there any motions out there to any of those
I will move approval of funding the full amount of $220,100.
Is there a second?
I will second it. This is Ann.
Ann? Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair, this is Carolyn.
Hi, Carolyn.
I am not familiar with this project. And so my understanding is that $90,000 is a separate project and therefore is not eligible for this project. And I would ask that my colleagues weigh in on this to make sure, because but that was my understanding from our comments, is the reason why we didn't include the $90,000 is because it's ineligible for this type of project that they're asking us for.
I can weigh in too.
Okay. That'd be great.
So in this, I believe, looking back at the application, this is kind of what Todd was talking about. The grants office determined that $90,000 was because it is for funding of new art to be built. And that's what we could tell from the application, from looking at the application, that is ineligible under this grant program because we can't fund new construction of art. So I think that's basically the essential reason why this was pulled out of the budget.
Well, that changes everything.
Can I ask a clarifying question then? Because maybe I'm doing math wrong, but it doesn't look like it was pulled out of the budget. It looks like you've got the amount listed in the application was 220,
right?
And that's what's listed down there. So that's what we reviewed. So I'm unsure of where we're getting to we pulled this out of the budget piece.
Melinda, do you want to speak to that, how that works in Flux?
Yes. So when you look at the budget table, when you're doing the review, you will see the full $220,100. But the eligible amount that we've listed for the committee to deliberate on is that lower amount of $130,100. And in the comments, we explain why, and that's because we removed the $90,000 for the interpretive pauses, because according to how we read the application, it doesn't offer historic interpretation or a history project. therefore it's not eligible for funding. When this came in as a pre-application, there was a lot more of an art focus, as Gillian mentioned. And with our pre-application comments, they did do quite a bit of revising to make it more fit our criteria better. But there's still those interpretive pauses that don't quite fit with what we're looking for funding when we're talking about funding Minnesota history and cultural heritage. So all that being said, when we put the eligible amount down, we're putting it out for the committee to say, this is really the amount that we feel is eligible, that really can be funded according to our manual and our guidelines. Does that help?
That helps.
It does. And if I could just offer a suggestion, it may just be me. When I'm looking at the top of the application, it says 220. I see your note down there about removing the 90. I base this off of the 220. So if it, for future applications, if we can make a clearer indication of what we're going ahead and approving or recommending, or not either one of those, it's actually just what we're deciding on, I guess, that would make it a little bit clearer. The question then becomes, is that amount there something that we would go back to them and with feedback that they would then be allowed to bring that as a separate project in the future?
Are you asking the staff?
I'm asking the staff, yeah, because I mean,
I'm going to defer to Todd for that since he was the content reviewer. I was the administrative reviewer. He was content reviewer.
I think that, we determined it to be an ineligible expense.
Okay.
So I don't think, so as it stands, I don't think that we would say that, come back for this. They could sort of say, here's either, how we could turn it into interpretation, or they could point out to us how we might be misunderstanding how it is interpretation.
That's what I mean, Todd. Like if they were able to make it a project that had historic value as we're defining it, they could come back and approach as a separate project.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So I will amend my motion to be the approval for the 130,000.
Sorry, can I just ask a quick clarification question? So the applicant, how do I ask this? The applicant knows they're only looking for 130, or are they still under the impression that they could get 220? Like, would they be able to do the project without that? Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Well,
you want me to take that one?
So I can try to answer that. So this, if the applicant has looked at the spreadsheet that's posted on our website, which is a stable version of what you all are looking at, they would have seen that eligible amount was downgraded. They haven't heard from us why yet. But that, that information is sort of out there. And then we would explain that if this is funded when we get in touch with them with their approval letter.
And I will say, as a former granting agency, that is something that does happen from time to time, where an expense or something that somebody is putting in for is not eligible, and as such, what gets approved, if it gets approved, is the eligible amount, and then that's communicated back to the person who submits the proposal.
Any other discussion? The second on that was Anne. Does Anne need to?
She needs to agree to the
amended.
Yeah, I'll second the amended.
So we've amended the motion to fund 130, 100.
Correct.
Anything else? Any other discussion? I will.
There was one more condition on there for letters of critical review and doing a report to the grants office. Did we want to include that in the motion?
All the conditions.
Are they all in there?
I would assume, I thought that was a given, but if that needs to be specifically stated, I would amend to specifically state include all the conditions. And if Anne agrees with that,
I'll agree to the second of that.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Then I will call the question. All those in favor of funding the City of Duluth interpretive for 130-100, say aye.
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 Opposed? And the motion carried. So, LeSueur County Historical Society, the Elsian School is the next one for discussion. Ginny, was that one of yours, or who was?
That was me.
Oh, yeah.
That was me. This was one of my lower scoring ones. Again, not because the project doesn't deserve attention. It's a nice historic building. But my reaction to this is more due to the quality of the documents again. Just a little background. This is a structure that's actually closed right now due to safety and ADA. So again, they've demonstrated need. The condition they've had a condition assessment done, and it describes the issues, but it doesn't necessarily identify pathways for water intrusion. It's describing what's wrong, but that's easy to do. The next step is to, what should have been done was then, where's this water coming from? And then how do we develop details to mitigate that? So they didn't quite make it all the way to over that hurdle. There's also a lot of conflicting information in these documents. They talk a little bit about lead-lined gutters, and then the spec is for copper. So there's just a little bit of mismatch there. The specifications are also not complete. My biggest, some of this can be conditioned. We can actually ask for the specifications to be revised and completed as a condition. The other thing that I would caution, and again, I would condition on this one, is the mortar mix. They're identifying mortar mixes that are really hard. And so again, the condition would be to revisit the mortar mixes once they have their mortar testing in place and get those results back. Because right now, a type S mortar for stone is, even below grade, is a little too hard for historic materials. So we would definitely want them to readdress that specification section once they get their testing done. The other concern I had is they're actually painting in October, according to their schedule. They're doing the painting in October and November. It's way too late in the season to be doing painting. So again, I think their schedule's not quite right. I think there are some issues in their specifications. They don't actually talk about, they're mixing and matching metals. They've got lead coated copper in one spot, copper in the next. Copper will react with galvanized metal in a bad way, which will accelerate deterioration. So again, there were quite a few things in here that were questions that I think, again, this could be a stronger application if they address some of these inconsistencies. So I scored this one fairly low. So my suggestion right now would be that we table this one and revisit again at the 2 million mark.
So Ginny has made a motion to table this one and discuss it later. Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will table LeSueur County Historical Society. The next one for discussion is Brown County, the South Attic Level Masonry. Annette, was this?
Yeah, that was mine. And my concern has to do with the many applications that we have funded from them already. So what I would like to do is just table this one. And when we get down at a lower level, I'd like to see where it sort of stacks up against some of the others. I think in terms of the building, it's obviously it's a really stunning and important building. But I'd like to see if there are other projects that might particularly given the geographic or the diversity nature of our reassessment, might rise above another grant that would take Brown County close to $1 million in funds over the last, over $1 million in legacy funds.
Madam Chair, can I jump in real quick?
Yep, Ginny.
Yeah, Annette, this is exactly what the conversation we had last year. We actually denied their application last year because because of the frequent flyer. They had requested quite a bit. And so we actually deferred them last year. And to their credit, they came back this year with a pretty decent match. Last year, I think one of the criticisms was that, we have spent an awful lot of money on this, and it's a beautiful little building. It's one of my favorites. But again, it's a lot of money that had been committed. And so last year we took a pause and suggested maybe that they try to get support from other places. And they did that this year. So I just wanted to put that in that, again, they a pretty decent cash match, which just shows their continued commitment to this building. So, but I agree with Annette. I think we can slide her down and revisit at the 2 million mark. I'd support that.
So Annette has made a motion to table Brown County. Ginny, was that a second?
Sure.
There you go. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we've tabled Brown County.
Thank you.
I think that was the.
There's the one more is the. Oops.
Or did we go down to? I can't remember.
Well, we haven't actually made a motion about anything. So I will move.
We have a conflict of interest for the Fairmont Opera House.
Right, I'll have to step out on that one.
Yep, but I'm going to move to approve the remaining ones that have not been tabled or have a conflict of interest in that block.
Second.
Oh, so that's Jonathan has a motion to approve all except the City of Duluth, LeSueur, Fairmont, and Brown County. And was that?
Was not one of those. We already approved that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. And there
So
was a
Central Presbyterian down to Brown County.
Right.
With the tabled ones, both.
Somebody second? Several
Second.
seconded.
Sure.
Say your name.
Christy?
Okay, Christy second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So we have our third grouping funded.
Madam Chair, can we clarify really quickly in this block for the notes? There are 2 City of Duluth applications. One of them was approved.
The interpretive center, our interpretive project we approved. And the St. Louis County Jail we approved in this last block.
Great, thank you.
So we're getting a total. We have a recommended 3,570,293, and we have 2,629,707 left to consider. So if we can go back to the spreadsheet. We are down to.
No, can we go back to the Fairmont Opera House?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's talk about the one that we have a conflict of interest.
Shut me out.
Thank you for pointing that out. So the Fairmont Opera House structural engineering assessment for $125,000. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'd move to approve that one.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And who is that?
That's Christy again.
Christy. All those in favor of funding the Fairmont Opera House?
Madam Chair, don't we need to offer for discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any discussion?
Fairmont Opera House. I need to get over to my notes. Hold on just a moment. I ranked this kind of middle of the road. And I was looking at some of the notes that the reviewer, is the reviewer on this that could maybe speak to this a little bit? Okay.
Jonathan, this is Carolyn.
Yep.
Carolyn?
We do have our design reviewers. 2 of them have left us recently, and we've hired new design reviewers. And Ryan, our newest design reviewer, who's only been with us for about 3 weeks, is on the call with us today. He can answer very specific questions. So if you have something very specific that you want to know about this type of project or a reflection on any of our comments, he could answer specific questions if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just looking at how they had talked about the timeline was very aggressive, and how, if this was likely to be able, if there was going to create a problem down the line with this, is this too aggressive a timeline? Is that too broad or too not specific enough?
Ryan, are you able to jump in?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, great. Is this for the Eden Prairie?
Fairmont Opera House?
Fairmont. Yeah, let me just look, double check to see if there were any other, comments that anyone else had noticed, before they had left. I myself had looked through, in the time frame I had, the the high points of the applications, and also noted anything that I thought looked a little bit off. And let me see here 1 second.
Madam Chair, may I make a, be recognized?
Yep.
Hi, Jonathan, to clarify for my understanding, you're talking about the peer review comments, not
Yes.
staff review summary? Okay,
Correct.
okay.
But I just want to add on to Jonathan's concerns here. For example, the review is written in such conditional language, it makes me a little uncomfortable, because this will probably be like this. This is likely work. This will depend on the quality of the engineer who is hired. So I'm interested in the tone of that reviewer, and maybe that's not something that your new hire can respond to, but it's an unusual tone for those reviews. So I know that I moved funding of this, partly because I wanted this kind of discussion about it. But Jonathan, I share with you some of these concerns.
This is Carolyn, and I know Ryan is doing his best to find you an answer. Staff does not see peer review comments, so we likely cannot comment on them specifically. I think if there's a timing issue, we didn't have any concerns about the timing of this assessment or how long it would take to do this type of assessment. They had a historic structures report completed, and this was something that was identified because of the roof the roof structure is very unstable. So this was another suggestion by their historical architect that they would want to have a more thorough assessment of that roof before making recommendations of how to stabilize it. It was my understanding. And I think Brian can address that.
You guys, for some reason, I'm back in the meeting.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about.
So shut me back out.
That was not my, I don't know what happened here. Give me a second here. Yeah, it just saw you disappear. Okay, give me a second.
Carolyn, that's sufficient for me. That's fine.
Is that sufficient? Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So that's all I need. Thank you.
And then I would add one thing that I do look for in these applications that I think gets reflected in the tentative nature of the review. And that's that I think there needs to be a pretty strong rationale in the project description or a strong defense of the importance of the building, not just the importance of doing the work on the building, but the importance of the building itself, so that when the reviewer finishes with, this project likely would provide positive impact to the building and the organization. I would feel better if that were stronger, and the tentative nature of that makes me a little, meant that I had a lower score for this one than I have had for some others.
Any other thoughts? Discussion? So we have a motion before us to fund this project. We've had discussion. We have a second. All those in favor? Say aye. Opposed? Say no. I'm hearing nothing.
I believe that means the motion fails if there's not any votes on it.
So the motion then has failed.
That will bring it back around when we get to later discussions. It is not disproved. It's not turned down at this point. It will mean that just the motion.
We will mark it as tabled. And we.
Okay, great.
And just remind me, Annette, that we want to come back to it.
Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes until lunch. Shall we continue with a few more?
How about the 7.2s?
So we are looking at the Norwegian American Historical Association, the City of Eden Prairie, City of Henning, City of Madison, City of St. Paul Parks and Recreation, and the City of Wyckoff. Are there any conflict of interests in this group? Has Ginny come back on?
I am back.
There you go. I always assume. So any conflict of interest in this next group?
Yes, I have a conflict with the Norwegian American Historical Association.
So we have that one. Anyone else with a conflict of interest? We're looking at all the 7.22 to 7.2. Is there any that you want to pull out for discussion?
I'd like to discuss the Norwegian American Historical Association.
So that one is a conflict of interest and a discussion.
Madam Chair, I've got 3 in this 7.2 range that I think should be discussed.
Okay, Jenny, which ones?
City of Eden Prairie, the J. Cummins House roof replacement. The City of St. Paul Parks and Rec, the Cochran Park pool and sculpture, and the City of Madison City Hall Historic Tower rehabilitation.
And those are not conflict of interest. Those are
just discussion.
Those are
Yep.
discussion.
Mhm.
So we need to change that. There we go.
I'm sorry, what was the third one you had, Ginny?
Madison, City of Madison.
City of Madison. Okay, what was the second one?
Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, Cochrane Park.
Thank you.
So those are discussion. Any others? So let's discuss the City of Eden Prairie J.R. Cummins House roof replacement.
Okay, this is similar to the others. I would just suggest that we move this down the list a little bit. And part of that, again, given the fact that this is a competitive round, the roof that they're aiming to replace was replaced in 2005. It's only 17 years old. They should be getting 30 years out of this if it was installed properly. So this is a corrective repair. That being said, the documents are complete, but the conditions are, yeah, I think they could wait a year. You know, everything else is in alignment, but when push comes to shove, there may be other projects that I think I would rank higher in terms of need. So this is one I just thought we could maybe just push down to the $2 million mark.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to table City of Eden Prairie. We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we've tabled the City of Eden Prairie. The City of Madison. City Hall Historic something.
Yeah, okay. Can jump in on this one. This is one that I kind of ranked in the middle of the pack again. You know, they've definitely demonstrated need. It's a logical progression in their process of preservation planning. The roofing should definitely be done. But what I was a little disappointed in on this one was that they didn't try to recover more of the historic quality for this project. You know, this originally had a nice little cupola. You know, there was a balustrade that went around the cupola. The cupola's gone. Again, they're not required to replace a missing element, but to me, this was an opportunity to do that and really reclaim the historic look. So they're recreating the baluster rail, which is basically gone right now. I mean, it's so deteriorated. There's not much left of it. So this is a complete replacement, which again, this was an opportunity to really do it right. But instead, they're proposing to redo the baluster, and then instead of the cupola, they have this nasty, ugly siren, which again is practical. They probably need it, but my hope would have been that that siren, maybe since you're taking it down anyway, maybe relocate that a little bit further back in the building so that it's not quite so front and center. Just really, if the state's going to pay for this one, let's do it right. Is kind of my attitude on this. Not that they can't do what they're asking for. I mean, it's certainly an option, but this is one that I would almost rather have them come back and ask for more and do it right and really restore the historic qualities for this building than to just do it cheap and just end up with the same look that they have now. So this is one that I would advocate for them to resubmit and just rethink about it again. I don't think it's super critical. They do need roofing, but again, I think this one could probably wait and maybe be a better project, a stronger project for next year. But for now, I'm suggesting that we just push this one down to the 2 million mark.
So we have a motion to table the City of Madison. Is there a second?
I'll second that. I agree.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will table the City of Madison. City of St. Paul, Parks and Recreation. Cochrane Park Pool and Sculpture.
Yeah, this is me again. This is a cool project, and the sculpture is amazing. The bronze sculptures are really amazing. I was a little confused with their request, because looking at their photos, the tile itself doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the setting of the tile that seems to be the problem. And yet they're asking for complete, and with a huge surplus of additional tile added on top of what they would need to complete the project. They had like a 20% surplus of additional attic stock tile, which seemed to be a lot, considering that the tile itself didn't seem to be the problem. So this is one that I think they've certainly demonstrated need. It's an important and very visible, very public art installation. Definitely support the project, but I think this is one that I would maybe ask for some conditions on. Maybe I think they should give us a forensic report on exactly what the failure is before we hire the same fabricator to produce new tile. I would want to see a more robust forensic report for why it's failed before we just redo it again 20 years later. But otherwise, I mean, I'm supporting it, but I think that we would want to condition this. But this one I think is open for discussion. I'm hoping to open this up for more discussion.
So is your motion to table it to discuss later, or do you want to?
We could just, I think, right, if people have if anyone wants to offer some discussion points now, I think we could do it now and then maybe make a motion, if that's okay.
Jenny, when you're talking about tile, and I'm just looking at the pictures now, right? When you say that it seems more tile placement, is that because they're falling off of the statues and everything like that, the base there? I had kind of taken that the whole replacement thing was, for matching as well and uniform look. But
yeah, and none of the tile there is original, is my understanding, that this is all new tile. So there is no compelling reason to reuse any of it. So you're right. That's why they're replacing all of it, is for uniformity. But a 20% up additional, attic stock is a lot. So again, that seemed to be a lot. I mean, if during the first installation, when I forget what year this was, 95. So it's 27 years old, which is good for a fountain, I guess. But if they had 20% attic stock in 1995, we'd probably still have all that tile sitting in a basement somewhere, because they're not probably piecing it in. And it's not the tile itself that's failing. If you look at it, it's the mortar, it's the setting of the tile that seems to be problematic. So I think, what we'd want to understand is why the failure. They mentioned the harsh, the conditions and freeze thaw conditions, which are obviously a problem, but then they should be winterizing this differently. So, I think if it's a problem with water and freeze thaw cycles, then they need to either empty that sooner, fill it later, or cover it. And that's not part of that's something that that the city of St. Paul has to deal with. That's not a condition of the grant. But so this is one that I just I would just put some conditions on it, that we want a forensic report for why it's failing, so that they can address those issues before they start fabricating and coming up with their final design in mortar mixes.
And can we add that in as a condition of the approval?
MNHS staff, you can weigh in on that, but I think we can condition that.
Jenny, would you state the condition again? What would be the condition?
That they should develop provide a forensic investigation or evaluation of the existing conditions, so that we understand the mechanisms of failure prior to fabrication.
Yeah, I mean, if HRAC wants to add that condition, I think the only concern that I would voice is that if it's going to cost money and it's not part of their budget currently, that would be a choice that, we would offer to them that says this is a condition and they would have to come up with the funds on their own.
Yeah, well, I think they should. I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's due diligence. So, and if that means they can't complete the grant, then I would suggest that the grant be resubmitted next year, and that they ask for that as part of the grant, or maybe they ask for a non-structured small grant to complete that if they need to. Seems like that kind of report would be well within the. It would qualify for a small grant.
And Jenny, I would assume that one of the city staff would be able to do this. Would that be sufficient, or are you looking for an outside agency?
I think you'd want someone that could actually do the testing to see, what the. So I don't think it's staff. I think you need somebody who's got a little bit more technical. You want to understand, you want to know why it failed before you just repeat the design. And, if it's a mortar mix, if they can do the testing on the mortar or the tile to determine that, whatever the intrinsic qualities of the original installation, if they contributed to the failure, that if it's a material issue, you can address that. If it's a maintenance issue, we're going to be right back where we started. Right. So I think that's what I'm looking for is the evaluation for what caused the failure. Is it materials? Is it installation technique, or is it just a maintenance problem? Because you don't want to spend money on it again now and only to repeat history.
No, what I'm just saying is I'm assuming that they have a city engineer who would be able to do that, and just wanted to make sure.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
But if they do, is that sufficient, or are you conditioning? That's what I'm asking is if they have somebody who is qualified to do it and that they do this kind of thing, not we pick Bob down the hall who regularly goes ahead and just paints walls and do it. But if they have somebody who is actually qualified, is that sufficient for you?
Yeah. If someone is qualified, they're qualified. I'm just not sure that the city actually has that. But if they do, that's fine.
I'm just thinking of options that won't necessarily add additional cost.
Right.
So we are getting a little bit past our lunch break, and I have to leave to go get my COVID booster shot. Yay.
Good for you.
Lunch break. Yeah. So I either can turn the meeting over to Jill, or we can adjourn for lunch and take up this discussion when we return.
Do we have a motion on the floor with this, or are we just in discussion?
We have a motion and a second, but we've been discussing, I think.
No motion on this one. This was just discussion.
I think this is just discussion.
So I'm fine with us breaking, if that's okay with Jenny and everybody else.
Sounds like a motion.
I'm good with that.
Adjourn for lunch. Okay. So we'll see you back here at 1:36.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Heather? They're on lunch break right now, and they'll be back at 1:36. You're muted, so if you.
Oh, sorry. I said perfect, and then I asked how it was going.
It's going great.
Good.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you at 1:36.
Perfect. Thank you, Carolyn.
Yep. Bye-bye. Jill, this is Carolyn. I see our chair, Tamara, hasn't arrived back yet.
Okay.
Do you want to start the meeting with in the meantime, or does this committee want to wait for her?
I don't care, whatever the committee wants to do.
She did set a 1:46 time, so she's not late.
Oh, she did say 1:46. I thought she said 1:36.
No, she said 1:36.
Oh, did she? I heard 1:46. Okay.
Oh.
Here, I can, hold on a second.
Are there enough of us here?
Well, I know she was going to get a booster, so I don't know if she might have gotten held up with that.
Well, and who knows what interruptions or what delays there might be at the COVID place. I'm inclined to wait a few minutes and then I would urge that we move ahead.
Yeah. Should we just wait like 5 more minutes and start?
Sure.
Okay.
Since we haven't really convened, for new people, are you feeling like you're getting a chance to weigh in and getting questions answered? And is the experience going good for you?
I can speak for myself that yes, I don't speak very often, but it's very good to get the whole picture from, the people who know what they're doing and have a lot of experience with this. So that's very helpful for me. So yeah, I think all in all, it's everything's going well for me.
And I can jump in and instead of saying it's going well, apologize for jumping out for a lunchtime presentation that I couldn't get out of. So sorry that I'm just jumping in. So I have felt super disconnected, I have to say.
It's less intimidating than I had made it be. Far less, than what I was expecting, which is very good. I thrive in these environments of not so scary and intimidating, and so you all have been wonderful, and it really is an honor to hear all of your expertise and years of experience, especially serving on this committee. So very helpful.
Just remember to feel free to ask questions, raise points and things. This is the less intimidating this process can be, the better it is for representation. So everybody here is friendly and has done this and been a first timer themselves. So just jump in wherever you feel.
And I would even add to that, sometimes you have to jump in and then figure out what you want to say because the meeting moves along so fast. So feel free to jump in and struggle for a minute if you need to catch up. That's the thing early on that I found the hardest, is just putting a marker down, say, could we just wait for a second? So I welcome those kinds of interventions and distractions.
Thank you for saying that. That's helpful. I was even here last year and I'm still learning a ton. So yeah, I still feel like a newbie.
But the debate is half the fun, right? I mean, it's really where you learn the most, is when people challenge you to rethink what you think or offer a different perspective. That's the one thing I've learned over all the years, is that you may have a real strong opinion about something until someone else voices theirs. And sometimes you just have to readjust, which is not always a bad thing.
I know a lot about what I know a lot about, but Jenny, you know a lot about something I don't know much about at all. So I really appreciate your comment. Even when we don't agree about them, I'm really interested to hear what you have to say. And this is my presumption about each of us, is that we bring a body of experience and knowledge that I want to hear.
Well, thanks for that, Annette. You're going to get an earful in a few minutes, I think. There's a bunch coming up. We're going to. And it's fun, really. I mean, it's the one thing I enjoy about this. This is my favorite board of all the ones that I've been involved in. This is by far my favorite. And I think it's because of the diversity of the backgrounds and perspectives that people bring to it. It's just, this one has just been, that's why I keep coming back. I mean, it's just fascinating to hear everybody's perspective. And like you said, there's things that we know because we know, and then there's other areas that are not our expertise. And that's just really fun to hear everybody's input on those. Really enjoy this one. I'm hoping that for those of you who are new or maybe in your second year, that it's as fun for you as it's been for some of the rest of us. This one is one of the more rewarding, immediately gratifying, rewarding commissions.
And it gets funner.
Once you know, it does. It does. It's grueling. I gotta say, every year I look forward to it until I'm in the middle of it, and then I'm like, why do I do this? It's a lot of work to get through all these applications, but this was a particularly difficult year for me because of the number of historic properties, and again, to go through them properly, you really do have to invest some time. And there was a huge majority of them that were historic properties this time. So
that's also very good for me to hear. Just, I feel like I take a lot of time. I'm curious how much time it takes other people to go through everything.
Yeah, the historic properties, there's some I spend 4 hours on. Just to get through. I mean, some of them are really well documented, and to really see what they're trying to do.
Right.
You got to dig. So some are long. I think on average, I bet it's a little over an hour per, which is a lot.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll say is, go ahead. The other thing I'll just say is really helpful is the staff are phenomenal. They do so much work to get this stuff prepped, and they answer questions. We come up with some of the craziest things, and they're just, okay, and they're very patient, and they say, here, we'll just go ahead and we'll tell them. So I am so appreciative of the phenomenal team and the work that they do to help us get this all together.
Yeah, I echo that. It's a lot of work for everybody, but it's good work. I mean, it's good, gratifying work. And I appreciate the peer reviews too. And that's something I think we've talked about in the past too with MNHS staff, is just, it's nice to have MNHS staff review comments. Always helpful for process and what we can do and what we can't. But the peer reviews are also a real good roadmap for, just this is somebody who's got absolutely no investment. It's just, you're just using your own credentials and experience to evaluate the proposal. And those are, the ones that people have taken the time to really do and dig in, they're good. It's good information. It gives you a little bit of a head start where to look sometimes. So
it does.
Appreciate those.
How are the peer reviews handled? How does that work exactly? I mean, do they have a list of that people?
I think generally, I should have let them answer that, but I think they do have a pool that they pull from. So like the HVAC projects, Gillian's back. She can probably talk to that better than me.
So the way that we do it, and if anyone is ever interested in being a peer reviewer after they're off HVAC, you're welcome to. Or if you know anyone in your work community that you think might want to be a peer reviewer, basically we just have kind of a list of people that are interested in our program. A lot of them have been applicants in the past, or they're familiar with the program in other ways, and have specific areas of expertise, and we keep them organized by expertise. And then when we have all the applications that come in for the final round that are 100,000 and above, I go through and match people up and ask everyone, who wants to volunteer again this year. And we try really hard not to assign more than 3 at the maximum to each peer reviewer, just because, again, it's an unpaid, they're just volunteering to put their comments down and read these for us. So we try to keep it pretty minimal. And then we just kind of give them a few basic guidelines of what kind of comments are helpful for you all. And if you ever have any feedback on that, like how you might want us to change the comments, or if there's something specific, or, that's something that can be a topic in a spring meeting. So then we give them, they have 2 weeks, just like all of us staff reviewers do, to go through it and write up their reviews. And we have to sort out the conflicts, but otherwise it generally works pretty well. Yeah. Any questions about that? I'm always happy to answer questions about the peer review process.
I don't have any questions, but I think for the spring review meeting, it would be good to talk about some of the quality standards. And I think using the peer reviewers, it's part of that is, what should they be looking for a complete set of documents? I think we just have to set some really clear standards, because I noticed this year there was a definite shift in the level of completeness, I'll say, for construction documents that were turned in. Some of them were really lacking detail and scope, and a lot of incomplete information. And so that's something that a peer reviewer would be able to pick up on pretty quickly. But they need to know to look for certain things. And so I think if anyone wants to hear, I could probably make a few suggestions.
We could probably go ahead and get started. 150.
Okay, so our fearless leader is somewhere. So I'll start. I don't know if you guys want to start with the grant that we kind of were talking about before we went on lunch break. Maybe we want to do a funding check first and see, just to review what we've already proposed to give away. Maybe?
Yeah, pull that up.
Thank you. Oh,
My cat.
okay. So it looks like we've given away, or we've proposed giving away $3,570,293, and we have remaining $2,629,707. One thing that we haven't checked is the regional aspect, geography. Is there a way that we could get that information too, of the ones we've already funded?
Yes, is that what you want, Jill? Just the...
Yeah, so we can kind of tell like what areas might be lacking funding, or, let's see.
Yep, and do you, so I can give a little tutorial of this tab on this.
Sure, that's great.
And then I'll just scroll down. So we divided them up amongst different regions, and then each region has a county that's assigned to that region. And then you can see in column C the number of applications that were submitted for that county region, and then the eligible amount. And then columns E and F get filled in when there's a motion to fund. So as you can see for Crow Wing County, there was one application and the committee recommended it for funding and the amount for funded, if that makes sense. And then, so Central is one region. The next region is the Northeast, and it has those counties listed with their number of apps and so on and so forth. Then we have Northwest area region, and then we have Southeast. And then we have Southwest. And then the last one is the Twin Cities. And I'm happy to put something on the screen that you would like to look more at for a while.
Does anybody have any questions about the geography or comments?
Looks like it's a nice spread so far.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. Okay, so do we want to start the discussion with the one we left off with, or is there other ones? We have that section that we the 7.2s that we were talking about, and we tabled a couple of them. So does anybody have anything they want to discuss? Continue discussing the City of St. Paul?
So I'd like to go ahead and move the City of St. Paul with the condition that Jenny had added.
All right, is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, then I'll call for, oh geez, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be doing this.
You're doing fine.
Yeah, thank you. So please, what do I say?
All in favor.
All in favor, thank you. Brain block. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, motion passed. Okay. And I believe the Norwegian American Historical Society, there was a conflict of interest that we should probably discuss in this section too. Next.
Yeah, I'm the conflict.
Okay.
But somebody had asked for a discussion of that proposal also.
Yep. Was that you, Christy? Or
It was me.
All right.
Do you need me to put?
So we need to move Annette out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't see anything. I rated this pretty highly. I just had a couple of concerns that I just wanted to discuss, but I thought that it was a really, all in all, a good application and a great project. And I really liked that they had an assessment originally from CCAHA that seemed very comprehensive, and that they are following it, it seems, pretty clearly and closely. But I just had some concerns about, it kind of ended with the actual conservation of whatever is that they deem as being fragile and can't be digitized. And so I was just wondering what is going to happen with those items. It says that the archivist is going to perform basic repairs and rehousing as necessary, removing fasteners. And I can assume that she is experienced enough to do those minor things. But again, that's an assumption and wasn't clear in the proposal or the project description or in their writing. And in the CCAHA document, it says that they recommend that they have a contract conservator to help with those fragile items that need more treatment. And so that wasn't addressed either in the final proposal. So those were just my thoughts on that. Wondered if anybody else had any thoughts. They also brought up that audio tapes were out of the scope of conservation and digitization. So, I mean, I guess they're just not going to deal with those at all. That's just another point.
Does anybody have any other comments or concerns about this one? Okay.
Yeah, Deputy Chair, can I be recognized?
Sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the right title? I just Googled it.
Yeah, I'm a deputy chair.
You're chair. I wanted to be sure I got your title right. Christy, I had flags similar to that, and my scoring does reflect that as well. Right in line with wanting just more clarification on the same bullets you had outlined. And so I don't have anything to offer other than in support of your contributions.
Joe Hoover, I seem to be back in. Have you finished the Norwegian American?
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure how you got back in. All right.
Okay.
This has something. Okay.
He's widely.
When it resets, occasionally it resets, and then it just puts everybody back in automatically.
Yeah. Well, let me get you a second.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Okay. Does anybody else have any concerns?
No concerns, but are there conditions that, for those of you that had some comments, are there conditions that you think would strengthen this if there were conditions placed? I mean, specific conditions?
So just to clarify what a condition is exactly, is that something that we place, that we give them the money as long as these conditions are met? Is that?
It's not monetary. It's just it's clarification on their part, or.
Okay. So I guess that the clarifications or the conditions could be that just clarification on what will happen with how they will choose or decide what objects are beyond the scope of the archivist's training. And then how will they rehouse those? What will happen with those objects? Will they be treated by a professional conservator at some point? And so just what the criteria is to determine those measures as well.
So you want to make a motion to approve that with that condition, or?
Sure, I think so.
All right, Carolyn, that's something that can be conditioned, right? Like a report or a.
Christy, could you restate that actually for the notes? I think that would help for all of us.
Sure. I would just like clarification on exactly what the criteria is used to determine when something is beyond the scope of the archivist to treat. If it's beyond removing staples or paper clips, and what that criteria is beyond the scope of being able to be digitized and when it needs conservation, and then what will happen with those objects. How will they be rehoused? Will they be separated from the pack and treated by a professional conservator? Because it doesn't look like they followed the guidance of CCAHA with a contract conservator on staff.
This is Carolyn, and I guess it's up to HRAC if they want to put a condition on for clarification or for what you would see as a successful project for us to monitor throughout the grant period.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think the only concern that I would have is if you're adding dollars to the cost of the project,
Right.
we don't increase their grant requested amount. So it would be on them, and we don't require match. So it would be on them to come up with those additional costs out of whatever pool of dollars that they have available to us, or decide potentially to decline the grant, if that makes sense.
It does. I'm not asking that they hire anybody else. I just want clarification, just a little bit more information on how they're going through about that part of the project.
Could I jump in and say, yes. It seemed to me like it wasn't asking them to do more work necessarily, other than clarifying what they're going to do in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's more about being more clear about what happens to any objects that have special needs in the future, and just kind of whether those are going to be isolated or sent to a professional conservator.
Well, they do say that they will put them off to the side, but I'm just and that there will be repairs performed. Mm-hmm. But I'm just curious who's going to be making those repairs, and what does that mean exactly? There's basic repairs, but then they have a brief blurb about anything beyond that will just need conservation. But I just don't know where the cutoff is for the archivist, exactly what she's trained to do.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Right. Carefully unfolding creases and removing fasteners. I assume that she has the ability to do that in the training, which is fine. But beyond that, I just don't know.
Okay. So did you make a motion that with that stipulation of just reporting back to the grants office those questions, answering those questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. All that are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, no, sorry. Was there any discussion? I missed that part. Any more discussion? Okay. All that are in favor, say aye.
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 All that are not in favor, say nay. Okay, motion passed. Okay, we can let Annette back in. All right. Maybe. There she is. Okay. So we have this section of grants and we've approved 2 of them and we've tabled 2. How would you guys like to handle the other 2? The city of Henning and the city of Wyckoff? Anybody?
Hang on a second.
I mean, if nobody wants to make a motion regarding any of those just are essentially automatically tabled until we
go
back around.
Okay. Should we talk about another chunk of maybe the 6 through 9 through 7.1s? That looks like a nice chunk.
Should we look at, can we look at the fund what we've allocated already?
Oh, sure.
2 million. Still 400,000.
Yep. Oh, I see Tamara's back. She can take over. Thank you. You're on mute though.
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't notice me. So catch me up. Where are you? We're looking at the next grouping.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. So we went down as far as, what did we do? 7.2. So now we would be 7.1 through randomly 6.9.
Sure.
Are there any in that group that have a conflict of interest? Are there any that you would like to pull for discussion?
Oh, yeah.
I knew it. Which one should we discuss?
Oh, there's a bunch in here that I think need discussion. City of Maynard. Sauk Center area. Let's see, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Sauk Center area History Museum. Carleton County Historical Society, Shaw Memorial Library. Historical and Cultural Society of Clay County. 40th anniversary of the voyage. That should do it. Oh, wait. And no, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, we're going down to 6.9. So.
Yep.
Okay.
I was
Anyone
counting.
else?
I will throw the city of Walters Jail in there.
Excuse me, say that again.
The city of Walters Jail.
There's 2 that are not on there. Because the Wayzata section house isn't on there either. And they were both 7.1 or 7.1 is the city of Walters.
Section house was a lower average score.
Oh yeah, sorry, read the wrong line.
So, okay, Sacred Heart, City of Maynard, Sauk Center, Carleton County, Helga Township, and Clay County, and Watford Township. Those are the ones we're considering right now. We have called out for discussion City of Maynard, Sauk Center, Carleton, and the Historical and Cultural Society of Clay County. Any of the others that you want to discuss? I guess I would like to pull out Helga for myself. Okay.
So is the city of Walters?
I don't see it on my
Okay.
list here, but
They were, for me, my thing. They scored an average of 7.1 with a mode of 7.
It was there before the break, right above Sacred Heart. So I don't know.
interesting.
I have it on my list to look at over.
Me too.
Yeah, it's right above Sacred Heart on my list too. Yeah.
Yeah, I see City of Wyckoff and then I see Sacred Heart.
What?
But like on the thing that we were emailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Hi, this is Carolyn. I'm going to stop sharing for just a second and check. I have a backup document, so I'll just verify real quick. So yes, it for whatever reason it wasn't on there, and so yes, I've added it, and I think the other committee members, that's the verification now that that's what you see on your. Okay. During the next break, we'll double check everything.
Okay, thank you. So City of Walters, Sacred Heart, and I can't see any lower than that. Can you scroll down a little? Okay. Down to Waterford Township. Those are the ones we're discussing right now. We've pulled out most of them. Do we want to pass any motions to do the 3 that we didn't call out? Or do you want to discuss first? The 4, 5, whatever. Let's discuss City of Walters.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I tend to bring this one up. I've done it in the past. I rated this mid to low. The project in and of itself isn't as much an issue as just I question the value. It's a small area. It looks like, I mean, this is primarily for is it just a few hundred people that are there? That this seems to come back with a large price tag for this. And so my question with this is just how much does it, the value for the state of Minnesota in going ahead and restoring this small jail that one seems to primarily be of interest to the small group of people that live in and around there. I also, I'm also beginning to question the value in preserving institutions of incarceration, given the history of things in this country. So this is one I've raised questions about before. I don't know that we get a lot of value. It definitely value for the people who are there, but I don't know that it necessarily brings a lot of value for the state of Minnesota.
Anyone else have any comment?
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
Good.
I'm not sure who said that. Ginny? Or Lindsay?
Lindsay, go first. She's muted.
Okay.
So I remember this one last year, and it's obvious that something has to be done soon. Like, it's in pretty crappy condition. I guess I was wondering if, which obviously nobody's going to be able to answer, if anything had deteriorated since the previous year.
Yeah.
I feel for them because I am in a very small town, and it, like, the enthusiasm is there. They put letters of support this application, but just for, I guess my issue is more like the sustainability and the use of the building. Like, if it was a building that was used all the time, that would make sense to me. I just don't know. The sustainability is my issue where I'm at. I'm done talking.
Thank you. Ginny?
Yeah, this is one that I actually have higher on my list than quite a few others. And it's kind of the counter argument to the ones that have been made. It is a small town, but what do they have? I think they have less than 100 people. So this is their only chance to save it, is with state funding. There aren't enough people in the town to rally together to pay for it. They've certainly rallied together to shore it, to temporarily, to try to, they've been limping along with volunteer labor for a couple of years. Somehow they've managed to keep it standing, but it's not going to stand for much longer. For me, it's because it's like one of the only historic buildings they have. Again, it's a jail. Jonathan, I understand your point, but it's their building. It's their one historic asset. It's associated with a park, so it does get quite a bit of activity around it. It kind of is a rallying point for them. The letters of support were amazing and heartfelt. I appreciated the fact that they've been trying to make this more public and get more. It's not just one or two people. It does have a lot of local support, which I thought was pretty amazing that they were able to get that many letters. And then just a comment on the documents. They're really well done. They're very thorough. It's the right solution to the problem. This is not a building that is in the condition it's in because of outright neglect. It was poorly constructed. The fixes that they're proposing will put it on a foundation that will allow it to stand. When it's done, it will look pretty much like it does now. It's not going to be a visually intrusive. The stabilization will not be visually intrusive. It'll all be hidden either below grade or behind original finishes. So it's a really well-conceived project. It's a lot of money, I'll grant you that, but it's a really well-conceived project that is very timely. Again, statewide appeal. I don't know how many tiny little rural jails there are in the state. Probably not very many. So it's a really unique structure. It's something that they can use to say, hey, this is us. So I actually am supportive of this one, just because they just don't have a lot of other options, and it's all they've got.
And I had comments similar to you, Ginny, that this that this seems like their only option. There just isn't, with a community this small, there isn't any other option other than state funding. And then to that point, I think, Jonathan, your point that we would be giving money to support an institution of incarceration, that point is really well taken. But I think for me, I also rated this highly, and my comment was that these are taxpayers just like people who live in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and they deserve to have a chance to have the icon of their town kind of preserved in the same way, for what that's worth.
Thank you.
And incarceration at this point is a bunch of drunk farmers, I think. So, and the fact that it's not currently being used, I think, Jonathan, we might have even a more interesting conversation when it comes time to making, I don't know, Stillwater Prison a historic site or something, you know, that has been actively used across a broad population in ways that really do touch on some really touchy subjects.
Well, and to the point, almost every courthouse that we're asked to contribute to was originally used also for the jail.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue comes up in a lot of different places and ways.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized? This is Ann. I think I have a lot of support on what Jonathan is saying, because this is one that I actually scored pretty low, because I don't understand, or I didn't feel compelled by their reasoning or rationale on why this should be considered a historical importance to the state of Minnesota on their application. They may know, like, this is just kind of like, this is our building. That wasn't really anything compelling or historical that I remember. Maybe someone can refresh my memory if I'm forgetting something. And I think coming and living in a small town, especially a small town that I'm in right now in Morton, adjacent to a reservation, I just think that no matter the size of the jail, there's incarceration that's done unjustly and biasly, and there's a lot of history there, regardless if it's a prison or a tiny single jail cell. There's been historically things that are not just in that, and I don't know if that's a historic reasoning enough to hold and put money towards the building.
Any other discussion?
Yes, just a couple points. One, the fact that it's a jail, just to be clear, is not the defining factor for me. I mean, that's just, you know, more another piece to go on it. For me, just personally, it's not as compelling to say this is their only thing. The population is about 67 people, it looks like. And so I get that it's their only thing. If they were going to turn this into like some sort of historical reenactment and people were going to be coming from all over the state to check this out, I think I would feel more inclined towards that. Preserving it just for preservation's sake, if it's not going to have an enduring value beyond that, beyond them being able to say we restored our jail and this is our one attraction. That's just, you know, my opinion about it. It's not anything about the city of Walters itself or the fact that it's just the jail. It's just, I'm looking at, we've got a very competitive round going here, and we've got projects all over that we're looking at. What is going to get us the most bang for our buck and is going to be of greatest value to the most people in Minnesota, with the exception of, you know, the underrepresented groups, of course. I'd love to see more of that kind of thing happen. So that's just my piece. I'm good from there.
Anything else from the city of Maynard?
It says Walters.
Walters,
sorry. Moving on to the city of Maynard. Maynard State Bank roof replacement.
Okay, this one, I started this. This is another one that has very poor documentation. There's a lot of conflicting, incorrect information in the details, in the drawings. There's also some unclear direction for what exactly it is that they're doing. And some of the things that they're doing are pretty significant, and there should be details for them. For example, they draw a bubble around about 20% of the roof and indicate that as an area for replacement of framing, which is fine, except for the fact that the framing runs parallel to that area that they have indicated, which means you're cutting out you're not just taking out a rafter or a beam in its entirety end to end, you're cutting it somewhere in the middle and taking it out. So there's a whole lot of shoring and a whole lot of sistering and a whole lot of structure that has to be part of that process in order for it to be successful. And there's no details for that. There's no engineering analysis. There's no structural details at all. And that to me is a huge red flag when you're starting to take out structure. There should be structural engineering to put it back. So that one is problematic for me. There are also, again, it's drawn very generically. Sections are cut through where they're not showing the information or the condition accurately. So again, I think this is unfortunate for the applicant, but this is one I would say has to come back next year, and the drawings need to be completed to show exactly the nature of the work and how it's going to be done.
Any other discussion? Ginny, do you want to make a motion to not fund?
I will make that motion, and with a strong suggestion to reapply next year.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was
Christy.
Christy.
Mhm.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to not fund the Maynard State Bank roof replacement, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion is approved. We'll take a minute. Do we want to go back to the City of Walters and have a motion to approve funding, or do you want to table it and come back to it at another time? The one we just finished before this motion.
Can we get through this block and then come back to it?
Okay. So the next one we were going to talk about is the Sauk Center Area History Museum. Pre-construction preparation.
Yeah. This was me again. This one actually staff and I think the peer reviewer shared some similar sentiments. It's not clear what they're asking for here. They talk about this as if it's an exterior project, but they also repeatedly throughout the application talk about M&E, mechanical and electrical upgrades and work, which is not typically part of an exterior project. So I was unclear if they are requesting, if the M&E component of this, is it for temporary? Because the building's not heated right now. So my question, are they looking for temp heat, which would actually be appropriate, or are they looking for full system design, which in my opinion would be premature because they don't necessarily have a program for this building yet. So the cost isn't broken out, so it's real hard to tell what's architectural and which services are architectural, which is engineering. So again, given a very competitive round, I would suggest that this one be also tabled with a suggestion to come back next year, and I think that this application would be stronger if it were clearer, to put it that way. So I guess my motion would be to just again say, come back next year for this.
So we have a motion to decline funding of the Sauk Center Area History Museum. Is there a second?
I will second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of declining funding for Stock Center Area History Museum signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. The motion is carried. That is declined. Carlton County Historical Society Shaw Memorial Library Rehabilitation.
One's me again. This one, I think there's two things that jumped out at me on this one as red flags. One, there's no specification, which is right there is the submittal is incomplete. If you don't have specifications, you don't have complete construction documents. So no specs, that's a big problem. The other thing that I reacted to on this one, and it was pointed out by the reviewer as well, and I think they're right, is that there is some confusion about whether or not they're including the trench drain at the door is in this project. The cost actually has the trench drain going in, but not the connection to anything that drains the drain. The phasing of that is just makes no sense. I mean, the whole problem, and what's one of the things that's the impetus for this project is that they're getting water intrusion under that door. So now we fix everything, but we don't connect the drain. That makes no sense. So again, I think this one has an issue that needs to be addressed, and we could condition it, but I don't think we can condition it because that this is monetary. Having them actually install the drain and making that connection, that does require additional funding maybe. So we can't condition this one. Again, they should just address this holistically. If water intrusion is the problem, then you got to fix the problem before we can fund the whole thing. So this is one that I would also say, come back next year, put the trench drain in and the connection to the trench drain. So my motion would be to push this off till next year.
Is there a second?
Tiana can second, or I second.
Tiana?
Yeah.
Any discussion? All those in favor of declining funding for the Carlton County Historical Society, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. We've declined funding.
And I think I have one more, and this one is not my area of expertise. So this is where I'm hoping there's more discussion from the rest of you. But when I looked at the 40th anniversary of, and I'm not going to even try to pronounce that, but the voyage, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, this seemed to be more about the story of two people rather than an attempt to really interpret Minnesota history. I could be just misinterpreting their request, but it seemed to be more focused on the voyage and then using that as an excuse to update the exhibit, but the existing exhibit. Am I reading that wrong? Does anyone else have any feelings on this?
Anyone?
Trying to get to my notes. Hold on.
Well, I know that, the MCOM Center, the very center of the museum is the boat.
Is the boat, right.
Yeah. And so the voyage, that's it. That's their main exhibit, I guess. So
okay.
That helps you, but having been there, that's the first thing you see.
Okay.
And Ginny, I'm going
I
to
kind
come
of
in.
have the same. Go ahead.
You go ahead. I'm looking for the proposal to refer to it specifically.
Jonathan?
I had kind of the same thought around that this largely didn't have a broad interpretive piece as much as it was around, the people on the journey, the two people, and it's the Viking ship. It talked a little bit about the native roots, but I didn't see enough into that to make it broader. That would be another thing. I'd rather see more of that included if they were going to do something with this, or we're going to support it.
On the plus side, they have a huge match relative to, again, percentage wise, a very significant match, but this one just kind of fell short for me.
So I have a question. Are they including other artifacts also into this exhibit that they're planning? Or I was kind of confused about that. That's one of the notes I wrote. I don't remember exactly if that was touched upon, or but I also didn't see a lot of specifications about exhibit furniture, or what type of things that they were going to use in the exhibit itself. I'm not sure if I missed it, or there wasn't a lot of talk about how if there were other artifacts that were going to be included, like what the light levels are going to be for the preservation of the artifacts, and what the material specifications for exhibit furniture is going to be. I didn't see any information on that.
Anyone else have any comment?
Yeah, I guess this is Annette again. I'd like to note only that in the modal score for this one is a 9, which interests me, which means that a lot of people ranked it high, and some people ranked it very low, so that the average ends up being right down there at 6.9. But so it's clear that there are kind of very strong judgments about this one. I don't think that it is about the history of Minnesota per se, but I think it's about the creation of Minnesota mythology. And what does it mean? What's the Scandinavian heritage? How has it been noted? How has it been remembered? So, I would like to push it a little bit to do that even more explicitly than it does, because it's only suggested in the project description. So that I think that there's an interpretive piece that would be really valuable in this particular museum. It's in danger of being a monument to Scandinavian Americans, and with just a little tweak, it could be, let us think about what identity means for this group of Minnesotans. And I also know that I was thinking, when I was ranking it myself, I was thinking about geographic distribution, and how when you go up to Clay County, that's kind of what you get to go see. It's such a significant piece in that area, not surprising given the heavy Scandinavian sort of Euro-American history in that area.
Okay, any other thoughts? Any motions to make on this particular grant? You want to come back to it, make a motion to fund or not fund?
Well, I would make a motion to fund, just because I'm slightly worried about pushing too many of these down for later discussion again. So it can rise or fall, it can stand or fall, but I would move that we approve this one.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of funding, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
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 Can you say your names, please?
We're gonna do a roll call. Jill,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
Heather? Heather,
Yes.
Christy,
Nay.
Ginny,
Nay.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Deanna,
Nay.
Anne,
Yes.
and Jonathan.
Nay.
So,
That 5-5?
nope.
5-4.
I have 5 yeas and 4 nays.
So the motion has carried. We will fund the Historical and Cultural Society of Clay County. Thank you. I just wanted to bring up Helga Township a little bit. So I don't know, Jill, if you want to take over for a minute. My notes were that I really, really wanted to score this higher, but I was concerned that they only had one bid, and that prices are, crazy high because of the pandemic, and that I just felt they could come back in a year later with hopefully more bids and hopefully lower prices. But I would support it. I just wanted to make sure that I made those points. I think that last year this was the highest amount that we gave anybody was to Helga Township. And I support it because it's in my area. It's up in my neighborhood. But I just felt that only getting one bid, it might be worth coming back in a year.
Madam Chair, I just offer a little support for this one too. This is the phase, as you said, this is phase 2. It's mostly interiors work. I agree, it could probably wait. There's nothing really critical. It's not a stability issue, but so yes, they probably could wait. But on this one, they're making such significant progress towards having a solid community asset, and they really don't have other options for funding, it doesn't seem. This is one, they managed to get a cash match together for this one again. But again, solid documents, one bidder, but really solid documents, really good direction. They have an opportunity to just ride this momentum and get this building back up and fully functional. And it looks like there's an interest in it. And this is one that I support just because I think it's in a good position. If it had to wait, it could, but this is kind of the end of this kind of finishes this project. And I think it would be nice to let them ride the momentum on this one.
Yeah, I had I actually supported this one too. And I just think from one of the uses of the town and how much they utilize it for different events, voting, different things, I think it's got a long structure, like a lot of structure in the community. But also, I just wondering in general, was that an issue this last year with the pandemic and how difficult it is to get more than one bid? Was that the case with maybe this one or maybe some of the other ones of not being able to get more than one?
And that may very well be.
I can comment on that too. We contractors are extremely busy right now. It's just, especially small contractors. So it has been incredibly difficult to get people lined up. And if you want them, you pay a crazy price if you want them within a time frame. Materials were also difficult to procure. Some of the prices were just outrageous earlier this year. Plywood was going for almost $60 a sheet when a year ago it would have been $12. Those prices have stabilized.
Okay.
And I think the market in general is stabilizing. But yeah, I have things on back order for 7 months right now on some projects. So it's been a challenging year for contractors and materials supplies. And that's something, MNHS has recognized. There've been several extensions for projects just because it's been difficult. Again, you never want a single bid, but again, for an outstate area, it's probably not uncommon, or it's not unprecedented, I should say, to only have one. contractor bid. So that aside, I think, again, with a strong architectural lead on this is a McDonald Mack project with a strong lead, strong direction. There's a real good success. There's every probability that this will be a successful project.
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment too, and this is maybe a kind of a general comment about a lot of the construction projects, is whether it's something that we should be, and I think actually this gets at Annette's point by email earlier, whether we should be considering just the value of the project, or if given the current conditions, and whether this project could be done at a lower cost in a future year. If this isn't an immediate need, right? Then if the building isn't in danger of falling down, and it seems like this is interior repairs that could stand to wait until those prices continue to stabilize, as Ginny was saying, whether that's something that we should be taking into account in our considerations. And it seems to me, I didn't support this project as strongly because of what we're saying, that it was something that could wait until a future year. I was also concerned that there was just one bid, and that the cost that they got as an estimate was much higher than it could be in some future year.
Does anybody else have any other comments, or anybody want to make a motion? Or, all right, I'll turn it back over to you, Tamara.
Okay, thanks. So we've discussed everything. Is there any motions to make on the remaining? Let's see. We tabled, we didn't table any here. So we have the City of Walters, we have Sacred Heart Area Historical Society, we have Helga Township to decide whether or not to fund. Are there any motions?
I'll move that we.
Waterford Township as well, right?
Yeah, that one's in here. Yeah. I'll move that we fund Waterford Township, Sacred Heart, and City of Walters.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Jill? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So we'll wait a minute while we fill that in.
While they're filling that in, can I just say on behalf of Helga Township that those windows are spectacular.
Yeah.
And the replacement of those old plywood little windows with these big windows is just a wonderful transformation or reconstruction of that building.
Yeah, this is going to be a great building for them. And that's why I'm just so hesitant to not fund it, because I think they're going to I think it's just going to blossom once it's finished for this community. Maybe I'll move to just put this one in the pile for the $2 million funding stream. You know, when we get to that point, put this one back in for consideration at that point.
Which one are we talking about?
Helga.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could we clarify that? We had Helga block.
So Ginny, which ones did you offer in your motion? It wasn't all of them.
No, it was Maynard, Sacred Heart, and Walters, Sacred Heart, and hang on, I gotta go back.
Was it Waterford?
Waterford.
Okay. So we have a motion, yeah, and yeah, we did those. So we're waiting for that total. Okay, so we still have then Helga Township and we tabled.
I think
several
it's just Helga, right?
Yeah, so, and your motion was to talk about it later?
Yeah, so the first motion captured everybody, and then this one, the second motion is to review Helga at the $2 million funding point.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Who was that?
That was Heather.
That was Heather.
Oh.
A motion and a second to table Helga Township until we reach the 2 million mark. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So where are we?
We should, actually, we should maybe take a little break. And then we also, we need a total. There we go. So we're under 2 million. And then we also need to do a little bit of discussion about our decision-making on diversity and on geography and the different categories. So my suggestion is we take 10 minutes and then we come back and we do a little bit of talking about those specific topics, if that is agreeable to the committee.
I support
Sounds
that.
good.
Okay, we'll see you back here in 10 minutes, 3 o'clock, 9 minutes.
Everyone turn their cameras off when they step away. That's probably for the best as far as the live stream.
Okay, it's 3:00. Is everyone back? So Carolyn, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
You are. So I was wondering, now I would like to take a few minutes and we're going to talk about some of the other aspects of the grants, like the inclusion and the geographic, as well as the different, I can't think of the word. So would you talk about that, because diversity and inclusion, that's a new question on the grants that I think we just need to talk about a little bit. So if you would do that, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. So there's some time on the agenda, as you as Tamara alluded to at the beginning of this day, that we added new questions around diversity and inclusion. And we wanted to, and it was a pilot to move us forward. We haven't moved forward in making sure that we have processes in place and that we have applicants that are encouraged to apply, that encourages a broader scope of all of our communities that are applying and receiving the funds to document and preserve a variety of communities' history. So we added new questions this time for the application, and this was kind of a pilot for ATRAC to start thinking about how to infuse this better into our systems. On the application level, we work on it from ATRAC level, and how do we recommend, who do we recommend, and who do we encourage to sit on ATRAC. So all throughout our systems. So I guess that I'm inviting ATRAC to have a conversation about, you read over the applicant responses to these questions. And I'm wanting to hear, what did you think about this? Are we moving in the right direction? This might need a spring meeting discussion as well to say, obviously there's more work to be done of how we continue to move diversity and inclusion forward with the grant program. So there it is in a nutshell. So I welcome to hear your thoughts on it.
Thanks, Carolyn. Any thoughts on it? Did anybody have any specific things they wanted to add to that? Nobody?
I did, sorry, did I cut somebody off? I did appreciate them, and I did read each one, because I thought, even though, I mean, it was very hard for, I think, a lot of rural communities to figure out what to say, for lack of a better way to say that, when I'm put myself on the spot. But I think that it was really valuable to have them do that exercise, to think about what diversity and inclusion meant for them, even if it was a rural community. And then it did influence my decision in a lot of cases, the way that they chose to write that response, right? If they didn't put the time and effort into figuring out what that meant in their community and really take a little bit of time for that question, then it did impact the way I thought about their project and their grant. I'm not sure if that's valuable. That's my 2 cents.
Oh, excellent. Anyone else have any thoughts on it?
Hi, I had go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
Okay. I appreciate it. I think I would appreciate us having this conversation at the beginning of this, because I think it's important, even when you have funding that's at a much higher level, that we had already talked about, kind of the higher ranking, the higher scores, the higher money. And I think that when we talk about giving away, or approving grants up to, $9 million, that really, it really needs to be reflective of different communities and really working for Minnesota people in general. And so I think that's just important. And I appreciate this being on there, because I did look at it with every single application as well, because it's not that, maybe all these communities can't be super ethnically diverse, but there's other ways to diversify. There's other ways to reach out. And I think it's important to start that discussion when they're asking for the state to fund these projects, on how they can improve as well. So thank you.
Thank you. There was someone else?
I would speak. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh,
You go ahead.
I wanted to say that I agreed with Heather, and then again with Anne, that I really appreciated the process that the institutions that are applying for grants had to go through, just seeing their process and their thought process and how they answered it, and it really affected the way that I thought about it also, and just so I really appreciate it, and just having a different level of a different way, not just geographically, but also diversity, so that we are getting to all of Minnesota and with the funding of these grants. So I really appreciated having that on there. I don't remember what it was like before having that, but I definitely think that it was very beneficial for me.
Jonathan.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a very important question, and that I really appreciated that we incorporated this in and asked around this. I think it is important on several levels. One, just the fact that we're approaching this and looking at it from that standpoint and asking groups to start thinking about that and raising the question. I'm hopeful that that will spur them to take a good look at themselves and see what they're doing. For me, it's very indicative of what we're dealing with, how different groups answer that. And there were groups that I appreciated, ones that were honest and said, look, we have a very rural community. It's not very diverse. We make efforts that I can support. There were other groups that really tried to stretch down into, well, we have 1% people who visited the eastern coastline at some point in their life. So that's diversity. And so for those, that became a concern for where people were trying to stretch. And some of the ones that I brought up are ones that did that just weren't straightforward and honest and say, look, we just don't have that much. But the ones that tried to sell it as, yes, diverse communities will all appreciate. Will they really? I don't think that all of them are that engaged with your little project necessarily. And so I'm hopeful that as we go forward with this, that this will be utilized at least to help projects to think about what they need to be doing to be representative of all groups and all Minnesotans, and not just the ones that they've been able to do so far or that are in their own neighborhood.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in because Jonathan, I kind of had the same, reaction, that there were some who, some get it, some understood, I think, what the challenge was. I mean, we want you to expound on this. Tell us how you are diverse or how you would like to be more diverse. And I think there were quite a few applicants, really seized the opportunity to explore it and took a real critical look at themselves and the content of what they were doing. Others pretty much just bailed. Not everybody, but there were a few that were just like, it doesn't really apply to me. And so what I'm wondering is if the process wouldn't benefit from maybe just more formalized suggestions or categories or just some prompts for those who just haven't quite gotten there yet for whatever reason. Is there anything we can do to just get people to think a little deeper about what it is that they're talking about, whether that's, again, looking at, from a construction perspective, how will you attempt to hire disadvantaged businesses or minority businesses, women-owned businesses? I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do this. Even if you don't have a diverse community, you can still reach out and diversify the people that are involved in the project. So, I mean, I'm just wondering if and this is probably a topic for the spring meeting, but just something to think about is, are there ways that we can strengthen the instructions so that we get more contemplative answers?
I wonder if it has to be more that there's more weight given to that question as far as your score, right? I mean, so I think if at some point, it's not just a suggestion, right? If you're talking about millions of dollars that are being invested in your community and your buildings and your other projects, there's a responsibility there to actually make a change and to actually to really have a process of what's going to change. Because if it's just constantly a suggestion, then we'll be talking about that for 2 years. You know, that, oh, well, everyone can run because we leave the fee at $2, so it's free and everybody has access. Like, we're not ever dealing with then really any true access and real change on how diversity and how change happens in these communities. So I think maybe a little bit more weight, or I wonder if, and I agree, like for the spring meeting, but like maybe it's that we do the score and then we go into the diversity question or the inclusion of, and then rescore or relook at how they answer. So just my
bonus points. I mean, yeah.
Well, it's not even bonus because it's not. It shouldn't be a bonus, but it's like
it shouldn't be a bonus. But
right, here's like, you know, this is like, I mean, I can't imagine, because, you know, when we had talked about this earlier, and I sit on other arts committees, this has been on this has been part of the process for years. And I just think for me, for the state and the amount of money that's given for this to be now like, you know, kind of like, well, let's try it out and see our add-on and maybe it'll work. Like I'm very shocked and surprised by this has not been incorporated into a deeper level over the years. But I look forward to us moving forward, but I'm really surprised by that.
And just
that, you know, since we're already looking at geographic diversity and we're trying to make sure the balance, that this should be incorporated in the future is the same kind of thing that we look at, looking at least from the applications that we get and how, you know, it can be a percentage of the applications that we receive, not all the applications of Minnesota, or some sort of measure that looks at that as another factor too.
I would like to add, excuse me, Jenny.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, one of the things I'm curious about, and I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but, you know, I'm just wondering, like, how would we score that? How do we score it? What would the criteria be across this diverse, you know, the diversity of the applications we get, you know, for all different things and different formats, different, you know, some are more art-based and some are more cultural-based, some are architectural, you know, how do you develop a scoring system? You know, so I'm curious, Anne, in some of your other work, you know, how criteria are established and then ranked.
I think I sent that to Carolyn, and maybe she can share that, even just something that was simple on our application. And I don't like it to look at it as like this scoring thing, as if like you talked about points or you get it and you don't, but it's even like you can see it from the applications that you read, who even engaged in the conversation, who thought about the process, even like, you know, access, like wheelchair access, other forms of inclusion, other, you know, I've seen on applications, even the thought of food and different things that are offered at different events, of who has allergies and who has other triggers that might, you know, in performances, you know, so, I mean, there's just like, there's so many ways to think about how your people have access. If it even comes down to money or to opportunity, I mean, it's a little bit deeper than that. And you can see it in some of the answers, I think, even on these applications, people who attempted and people who just like, there's no one here, so this is what we're at, so let's move on. And, you know, like, we're not even going to discuss it because, well, it's like, you know.
Yeah, for me on this one, I did a plus minus. If there was any attempt, a credible, realistic attempt at being inclusive or diverse, you know, plus. And for those that either just ignored it or didn't quite get there, yeah, I gave them a minus. And that actually started to separate some of these applications out a little bit.
And what I wanted to put in is this could be an opportunity for us really to educate the applicants as well. Yeah. And I fear that the word diversity now is defined to many people, particularly people who haven't thought about it very much, very narrowly. Yeah. So primarily race. You know, when we talk, we're going to make a diverse hire. It seems to me that what most people are really saying in a coded language is we're looking for racial diversity. But I'm thinking in many of these small towns that there's neurodiversity. There are lots of people with Alzheimer's. There are rural, urban. diversity problems in many of the counties, that they have so many older people. So there's kind of age diversity, there's gender. I mean, that I would like us to rewrite how that section is. And I would volunteer to help with that, to try and prompt people, help them think about the variety of ways in their community that they need to be attentive to diversity defined in a really complex, interesting, and local way, not just something to, not just a box to check to please outsiders.
And I just want to address that and that, but no, Tiana, you go ahead. If I've spoken.
No, don't lose your train of thought. I'm going to shift a little bit. You go ahead and finish.
Then Tiana.
And that's a slippery slope, though, unfortunately. And what often happens with that, I appreciate what you're talking about, but what often happens is that becomes a substitute for the marginalized communities and people who are not represented. You're right. There's one of the groups that had how many disabled people in the county. That is a legitimate measurement of diversity. But if they're already incorporated in, that's not an underrepresented group. So utilizing that as a statistic to say you're diverse does not go ahead and get to the issue that we're seeing within these, which is the underrepresented components, largely of communities of color and BIPOC communities. So within this, and going, Jenny, to your point about how could you do it, I think you could do it very similar to how we do with geographic diversity. Let's take a look at the applicants that we have. Let's take a look at how many of those have been funded and the ones that we're looking at and how diverse those applications are. What are they doing to incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion into their projects? That doesn't mean that every single one has to be from a BIPOC community, but we should strive to have at least representation of that within our funding streams.
Yeah,
well, I think so. I was just going to say the one that stands out in my mind was the Three Rivers. No, it's the interpretive plan, and I'm losing the name of the project. I'll find it in a minute. But where that question actually prompted them, I think, or just this thoughts along those lines prompted them to restructure the people that are part of this project. I mean, they completely did a 180 turnaround as far as the staffing and people that they put in positions to make decisions. And, it was, really encouraging to see that given a chance and with intent, inclusivity is not out of reach and is achievable and should be achievable for everybody. And so, yeah, Annette, I think, you and I were kind of talking about the same thing is, can you give people that aren't there yet some ideas to move forward? And I don't know if that's sharing success stories or sharing just, people learn through example sometimes. I mean, I don't know if we can go through applications and pick out some good ones that really answered the question or started to address the issue, and hold those up either on the website or either website or in the one-on-one in-person meet and greets, just to show how successful it can be and what works, what we consider to be positive moves in the right direction.
Anna, you had something?
Yeah. Just
Tiana.
All right. So for my contribution, I struggled with this just a little bit, just because some would just slap in statistics, right? And be proud of those. And it didn't really interact more with them other than just kind of like a blanket statement. So with that, maybe putting more stipulations around that. And then that tied into what has been said earlier about, oh, well, this is the majority of people, so there's not much we can do. But in the same respect, they have to say all of Minnesota people can relate to this and it applies to all Minnesota people. So I struggled with those kind of criteria because in my mind, I was trying to make it, this diverse, try to make it separated where it's not a point I'm giving.
But I kind of equated it to matching, right? So they don't need it, they don't include it, but then it shows the legwork they've done to do that, as humble as it might be or extravagant. That's how it kind of ended up for me. It did matter, and it was pivotal in my decisions. Not as much as the matching, but I put it in that category of it's not supposed to weigh, but it did weigh, and so that's my confession there. But yes, I was trying to qualify it in one of these kind of more appropriate bulletin points. In my mind, with that. I don't know. This is just might not be the best suggestion, but maybe also. I forget. I'm thinking of golf, right? I'm thinking of golf, and there's handicaps, right? So I don't know if we can do that for folks that have, if that can somehow be in there, where just the tiered system of here's where you are in your process, and here's how that weighs in. As fairly as we can with the circumstance they're in. But yes, I just totally agree that no matter where you are in the state of Minnesota, there is more you can be doing, and there should be some sort of weighted criteria that is given. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
All good points. Any last thoughts before we move on?
I just hope that we can talk about this again at the April meeting. This seems really an important issue.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for this discussion. And I want to reiterate what Anne has said. Why hasn't this happened earlier? And yes, this is so important, and we didn't move the needle fast enough. And now I hope we move the needle, and it's fast, so we can get up to speed with our colleagues who have already thought about this for many years. And with that said, yes, you did send me a document. I will share it with the group, and then I would call upon, maybe before the spring meeting, we have a couple meetings, a subcommittee that meets to come up with some stronger recommendations for not only how to score and make this more part of your agenda in the fall, but also the education piece of it, how we can educate our applicants of how to strengthen their application and how to answer this, and how to start really deeply thinking about these answers in the meaningful and impactful way that they should be thinking about it. So, and I heard Annette volunteered already, so I've got one subcommittee member. So I hear if people are interested, please let me know, and I will get that going, and then we can come with some recommendations for the spring meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thanks, everybody. That was a good discussion. So we are down to a little more than a half an hour until adjournment at 4 o'clock. The next topic on the agenda is to talk a little bit about geographic locations. So far, do we have, John or whoever's doing that, could we get a spreadsheet of where have we funded so far? Where are we lacking as far as geographic location? The committee needs to consider statewide distribution. And so this is kind of, and I know we have many that we still need to talk about, but this is something you can kind of mark as ones that you think we need to bump up and talk about because we haven't addressed that geographic location.
John, one of the things that we've done in the past, in addition to just the spread like this, is are there any of the counties up here now that are underrepresented, historically underrepresented for grants? I mean, this gives us a snapshot of today's, who asked and who's been funded. But what's been interesting in past sessions is, the counties that have never received funding. Are there any of those in this group? Do we know?
No, we don't know yet. I could work on that for tomorrow if.
Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful.
because I think, in the past we've done that, some of those maps where we show just, there's some of the larger counties with larger cities, tend to request because they have, more stock, tend to make more requests and are rewarded accordingly. And then there's other counties that just historically just are underrepresented. So
I just want to say that there are better ways to get me to quiet down. All right. People just want to just say gently to me, hey, you're talking too much. Let Jenny have the floor. That's fine. And I'll recognize that. My connection was unstable. I jumped out. So I'm just making a joke.
I'm like, oh, where was Jonathan? Okay, so when I'm looking at the spreadsheet, I don't know if I'm seeing the whole thing. So we have for the Southwest, we have requests for a little more than 2 million, and we have funded almost 640. And then if you go down to a little farther down, we've got the Twin Cities area. I see as far as Washington, is that as far down as it goes?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. And then I, Tamara, there's more at the top, so I can scroll up too, because we have them divided.
I'm just seeing like a little chunk. So
yeah, they're divided into.
Carolyn, you can just recap it for me. You can probably see it better than I can.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll scroll back up to the top. So, so here is Central Region, and in Central Region, the counties that are in there are located in that region of Central, and then the number of applications that we received for that county, and then the eligible amount, and then if the committee recommended funding is column E, and then column F is the amount that was recommended. So for instance, you can see that Clay County, there was one application received and the committee recommended funding for that application. And so in Central Region, we received 9 applications total. And so far the committee has recommended 7 of those applications.
I'm sorry, Carol, what you're seeing on your screen doesn't match what we're seeing.
Oh.
What I see is Chippewa down to Washington. That's all I can see. There you go.
Okay. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Well, okay. And so now you see, I think you see Northeast.
Yep.
So for Northeast, we received a total of 8 applications. And so far, the committee has funded 7 of those 8 applications. For Northwest, we have received a total of 3 applications, and the committee has recommended funding for 2 of the 3 applications. For Southeast, we received 13 applications, and the committee has recommended funding for 7 of those applications. For Southwest, we have received a total of 16 applications, and the committee has recommended funding for 5 of those 16. And then in the Twin Cities area, we received 27 applications, and the committee has funded 17 of those applications. And I think what we're asking the committee is do you see that in a geographical area, are we low in a certain area, and should you take some time to take a look at that area?
So my first inclination is the Southwest.
And there's some of those coming up in this next tier.
Yeah, I think there's several that are coming up. So I mean, my first thought is we're actually doing quite well.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, anybody?
I think it'd be helpful to have historically what, like I think was mentioned earlier, like areas maybe that have never been funded. But I think maybe it would be helpful next time too to have who's been asked. I think it's been mentioned a few times to come back the next year. I think it'd be helpful to have those somehow, mentioned or revisited the next year when you've asked them to come back at the next year, and then you're going to send them off again a third year or something, like to really look at them and see, have you made the adjustments? Is it more clear? Is it something that we think would be fundable now? I think would be important too.
Good points. Anybody else?
Is it possible to look at the type of projects?
That's the next thing is.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, to decide, look at subcategories. So does everybody feel comfortable with this geographic distribution discussion right now? Anything more to add? So by tomorrow, then we will have a little bit of history of regions that maybe haven't been funded. And also if we've, I don't know how to say it, if we've asked them to come back again and again, we'd like to know that information as far as regionally. Does that sound right? Must be. No one's saying. So then, nods. There you go. Lots of nods. Great. So the next thing is deliberations by subcategory. So we need to look at the variety of projects, which in this one was kind of hard because it was mostly historic properties. However, we do have some others to look at. So,
Mayor, can I ask a question?
There, yep.
I was looking back at the spreadsheet. What happened with the Dakota County and the city of Little Falls? As I see, they say discussed over in the right column. Did they get funded?
I think that we'll come back to those.
Okay, those are both interpretive program.
Right.
And then we haven't gotten yet to Shakopee or the Somali artifacts,
right,
which is further down, and Giants in the Earth in Carver County. That there's a cluster of them who came in with lower scores.
But I have to point out, look, historic properties are way underrepresented. Look at that. Annette, come on, man. Half. Kidding.
But yeah, when you look at it, we're doing pretty good.
I think we're doing real good.
Any discussion on any of this? Any questions?
Yeah, we're doing really well. Yeah. I'm still pretty conflicted about these. About the distribution of funds across categories, but I make that point every time.
There you go. So I think part of your homework tonight is to look through the categories. If there's some that you think maybe scored lower, but you'd like to discuss them and perhaps bump them higher, that's going to be part of the agenda tomorrow. Are there any that you wanted to talk about now, or how do you want to end the day? Carolyn, is there anything I should have done that I didn't do?
Nope. I think it's up to the committee now. You've done a lot of work for one day, so I think it's up to you whether you want to start fresh tomorrow.
My sense is, we were at that little less than 2 million, which is when we were going to review things.
Yep.
But I don't know that we can review them in a half an hour. But we sure can if,
Well, there's also some that are a little further down the list that I ranked pretty high that I wouldn't mind talking about. I ranked way higher than the rest of you did. I actually have a 10 that's in that pile down below. So there's a couple that are not even our 6s. Our previous ones that I wouldn't mind just putting on that list for discussion tomorrow.
Anybody else have thoughts?
Are you able to send this list to us tonight? Just to is that sent out to us tonight just to kind of like the way it's sorted and what's scored already so we can kind of look at that again, or is that not shared again with us?
John?
The first tab, the funding spreadsheet,
Okay.
We share that with you. Yes.
So you'll get that, what's on the screen now, you'll get that in an email.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I want to circle back. It doesn't have to be today. We can do it tomorrow, but I want to circle back to the Islamic Center.
And that one was,
We tabled that one.
Okay, okay. So I think maybe the first order of business tomorrow will be to look at the ones we've tabled. Because then we're also at that 2 million, little less. And then kind of take it from there as far as what needs more discussion, what was tabled. We'll look at geographic again. We'll also look at the different subcategories again. And, I also want to note that we may have voted to fund, but you can always make a motion to reconsider any of them. So, it's not done until we adjourn on Friday afternoon. So you can certainly take time to do a little research or rethink your thoughts and make a motion to reconsider any of them.
Is it possible to have the information on who was asked to resubmit last year for tomorrow? Is that possible? I don't know how many that is, or if that's a large number.
That's a little bit more difficult for our office to get to you because we don't mark it that way. I think our past ATRAC members rely on their institutional knowledge of that. But I hear going forward, I wrote it down as a way for going forward the next time we meet the next fall, that they would be marked up accordingly so that you wouldn't have to rely on institutional knowledge that you come with. So, but we will do our best.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
I'm seeing, I write them down if I remember them as repeats. There's one coming up that's a repeat in this next group. From
I will also just say that procedurally, that if there is no second for a motion, then the motion fails. It doesn't mean something can't be reconsidered. Just I don't want anybody to feel pressure that they've got to second something if they're not wanting to second something. If there is no second, then that just means it fails. It doesn't mean it gets turned down. It means it'll come back up at some point, and we keep going as we get down into the ends of these. People will bring ones back up a second time, and that's part of what our deliberations are.
Right. And we will discuss every grant that is denied or doesn't meet any of the cuts. I mean, we will discuss them before we adjourn as well.
It would also maybe be nice to maybe highlight some of the ones that were standouts in the other direction, the real positive ones if we have time.
Sure.
There were some that were really, really, really good, and they're great examples of they should be good examples for other applicants in the future. So, hopefully we'll have a little time to talk about the good ones too.
There you go.
Positive. Look at me, Miss Positivity.
Anyone else have anything? Carolyn, do you have anything?
Nope.
Staff?
You have a whole nother day, so.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Jonathan has moved to adjourn. We stand adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks all. See you tomorrow.